Hello all my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome to another Pick a Card Tarot reading. In this reading, we are going to be uncovering everything that is going to happen for you within the next 30 days from the point of you watching this video. And in case you're completely new here, my name is Vanessa Somuayina. I will be your reader today. You guys know me as your big sis from the internet, as well as your favorite psychic medium here on YouTube. So in order to help you figure out what's coming towards you within the next 30 days, I've prepared 3 groups for you, and I would like you to pick one of these 3 groups intuitively. Go with whichever group that you naturally feel drawn towards, but also don't deny yourself of watching 2 groups if you absolutely cannot make up your mind, because sometimes your personal reading is a mixture between multiple groups. And before I introduce you to these 3 groups, I want to remind you that we have another live event coming up. You can find all of the information below in the description box, and a great way for you to make sure you don't miss out on this live event, which is completely free, and it's hosted by myself and my team on Google Meets. Follow me on Instagram, as I am posting updates on Instagram about this live event. Here's a replay of one of my past live events that I've put on, so you can kind of get a feel for the vibe. I love you all so much. I'd like to thank you for joining, for being here today, for sharing your story, sharing your beautiful energy, and I'm so proud of you. I hope you have a continued beautiful day.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you for doing all of this live and doing all the videos. I totally love it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's so cool to get to talk to you, to be here, and I really appreciate you putting this live on and taking care of myself, trusting myself, and then trusting other people to also share that love with me is important. So it definitely resonates there. Thank you.
Hey, Laura.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Like the timing when I started following your YouTube, think it must be at least 5 or 6 years by now.
Wow.
I think it's been a long time, actually. Thank you so much.
Exactly how you said, I want to do what I love. I want to just express myself and do everything that I can to enjoy the moment.
The first time I'm joining your Google Meet, I have been following you for 3 years. I've even purchased your pyrite crystal. I love pyrite, and I meditate with them every day.
Wow.
So yeah, this is my dream is to become into a fantasy best-selling author one day. So I also want to prove to others that I can do it. It's amazing. I feel so happy. It's the first time I talk to you. It's a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, hi Vanessa. Thank you so much for taking my question. That was very helpful that popped up.
Hi, I'm Jamie. Hi, Vanessa. I love you. I love your videos. You've helped me through a huge chapter in my life with your readings. So yeah, I've been meaning to come on one of your lives. I'm really happy to be here. Amazing. Thank you. That resonates so deeply, actually. I feel like I was a little bit missing puzzle piece I needed at the moment.
Thank you so much. It's been a very busy month, and I've wanted to process the messages and the signs, and I feel like everything that you've done has just connected it into one cohesive thought, which my brain probably wasn't going to get to on its own for a very long time. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to say that I love all your videos, your content. I've been watching your videos for years. It's reiterated, and like you said, that definitely resonates. Yeah, I think I gotta rewatch the video of limiting beliefs and whatnot, but that resonates for sure. Why not me? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it a lot, and I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for hosting this and for always being such a kind human being. And I feel your energy radiating even from your tarot video, YouTube videos, from Instagram, and I'm just so grateful for all of you.
And God bless you. Thank you so much.
Same to you, Mason.
Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
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 You're amazing.
All right, let's get into it. Group number 1 corresponds to the Shamanic Medicine Oracle cards, as well as this gorgeous crystal pyramid that has a little bit of a rainbow kind of vibe to it. It's very colorful and very stunning. So that's what we've got here for group number 1. Group number 2 corresponds to the Wild Unknown Alchemy deck, and we also have a gorgeous, gorgeous crystal pyramid which has more of like a dark blue vibe to it, with the gold absolutely stunning. And last but not least, we've got the Runes for Modern Life deck, as well as this stunning crystal pyramid that comes in white and gold. This is a absolutely gorgeous crystal pyramid that pairs beautifully with the deck. So these are the 3 groups that I have prepared for you for today. Of course, I will be using a plethora of tarot and oracle decks and other divination tools to be conducting your readings with. So I will now give you a little moment of privacy so you can meditate on the 3 groups. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a minute, and then I will be right back to guide you into your readings. Alright, so by now you've hopefully been able to select one of these 3 groups. I will be getting into your reading starting off with group 1, which corresponds to the Shamanic Medicine Oracle deck. So if this is the group that you chose, then please continue watching, and to my other lovely groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamps. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. You chose the Shamanic Medicine Oracle deck, as well as this beautiful crystal pyramid right here. And I hope you're ready to figure out exactly what's coming towards you within the next 30 days from the time of you receiving this reading. So your countdown begins now, group number 1. We've got your crystal pyramid right up here. Let's get into your reading, shall we, to see what is coming towards you and what your guides have to say for you right now and for the next 30 days. So first up, we've got crystals. Everything that you're experiencing within the next 30 days is going to be amplified. Just as crystals are amplifiers of energy, which means that they make everything stronger, they make everything more prevalent, they amplify the powers that are already here. So you're going to want to make sure that what is amplified is actually what you desire. It's actually what you want. So right now, there are things that you may want to continue to amplify, right? If you've already got a very positive, empathetic mindset and nature, you're going to want to amplify that. So you're going to want to make sure that you're very aware and careful with what is being amplified. A thing that I see being amplified is the effect that you have on others, how others perceive you. I see that people will have a stronger reaction towards you in the next 30 days because your energies in itself are amplified and people can really feel that. So if you're someone who is a strong leader, then people will feel that that energy in you is amplified, and some people might feel intimidated, some people might feel threatened, some people may love that because people also do love leaders. People love others who show the way, who bring direction into this world. So we have the shaman as well, which shows us that within the next 30 days, you are going to complete some very big, important life tasks that you've been procrastinating because, as we already spoke about here within the crystals, your energies are amplified. Your drive is amplified, your ambition is amplified. And I see here within the shaman and these kind of energetic waves that we also have depicted here in this image of the shaman, that within the next 30 days you will come in contact with a shaman. So booking a trip, for example, to go somewhere where there is a shaman, Googling a website where there are shamanic services that are being offered, and actually thinking to yourself, yeah, you know what? I think this could be an amazing experience for me. And maybe you've even thought yourself that eventually you may go through your own shamanic training. Next up, we've got the tree people. What this shows us is that within the next 30 days, you will be able to fully sustain yourself, which for some of you might go without say, but for some of you, it may be a huge breath of air. So that means being able to buy healthy foods, being able to pay your bills, to take care of yourself. I see here within the tree people that sustaining yourself, that being able to care for your basic needs, these are being met within the next 30 days. Just as a little reminder, just as a little confirmation for you, your guides wanted to share this to make sure that you know you are rooted in grounding energy. You are rooted in stability within these next 30 days. So don't worry about this, my gorgeous soul of group number 1, if it has been something that has been on your mind. I do also want to add some runes into your reading, because the runes just give us a little extra flavor, and in divination, these are great tools for us to unlock messages that we otherwise might miss. So we intuitively received this rune, which corresponds to Manas. Manas is the rune of the self. This is the rune of reflecting on yourself and your accomplishments, but also your friends, seeing you as someone who is worthy of far more than you have even given yourself credit for. So because your energies and all of your positive attributes are really amplified in the next 30 days of you receiving this very reading, you will actually also find that your friends come up to you and they try to rectify things that they feel are unfair to you. Like if you've been dating someone that keeps you in a situationship or just doesn't invest in the relationship with time, financially, emotionally, they will come to you and they'll say, hey, have you reflected on self? Have you seen yourself recently? Do you own a mirror, my gorgeous soul of group number 1? Because you are far more gorgeous, far more beautiful, intelligent than you've given yourself credit for. And it's time for you to amplify that part of yourself, that part of your mind that actually realizes that and acts on it. Because when you act on it and you yourself behave like you are worthy of respect, you're worthy of love, of care, others will start to mirror that. But if you have this sense of insecurity or uncertainty about yourself, others will mirror that as well. So it's really important that you become very clear with yourself on what type of energy you have towards yourself, because that is also the energy that you're radiating outwards and the energy that others will reflect back onto you. So let's move into this with another rune, because I can definitely sense that we have more rune messages here for you. Okay, so here within this rune, allow for me to identify this. This rune is Churisas. Churisas is the rune that represents change and also, in a way, getting out of a place of complacency. So change and coming out of complacency is maybe something that's been long overdue if you've been feeling stuck. Your guides want you to know there's a reason why you're receiving this reading now, and it is an extra amplification for you to get unstuck. Becoming unstuck will be guided by the universe. It will be guided spiritually, but you still have to take the action, right? Nobody can make you go and get your things done that are overdue. You will still have to do those things. Now here, within the next rune that I've received for you, that we've intuitively gotten from your guides, we have got the rune of, I believe, Fehu. This is Fehu, the rune of money, of wealth, of luck, and of abundance. So know that within the 30 days, that is the result. Okay, that is the completion. Remember, the shaman comes with the key word of completion, of finishing something, of wrapping it up successfully. So within Fehu and also these waves radiating here, at the core, at the center, we've got Fehu, which is what you're magnetizing. That is what you're honing in on. And for any of you who are in my Abundance Academy course, I have new videos on there because you guys know that I'm continuously adding to the libraries of my courses that are on money manifestation specifically. So manifesting your dream home, manifesting your dream car. I just want you to know here within the next 30 days, with the right action, with the right amplification, this is possible for you. However, it is really, really important that you remind yourself here that because it's possible also means that you have to be careful who you keep around you. I get that here within the tree people, that your guides want you to stay away from anyone who you know doesn't quite believe in you and also doesn't really believe in themselves. So staying away from these types of individuals will, for one, avoid you wasting your time, but for two, it will also ensure that you stay in a positive mindset, in a mindset of believing in yourself, because whether you believe you can or you can't, remember, my gorgeous soul, you are right. The Six of Pentacles shows us that too often before, you have gone out to dinners, you've gone to get-togethers, you've gone to birthday parties, you have been talking to people you didn't actually want to talk to, just to be nice, just to socialize, just to be a good guest, just to be someone who doesn't seem snooty or doesn't seem like they think they're too good for everyone, and just to fit in. But it was like dinner parties and getaways from hell, basically, because you didn't feel comfortable. You could tell that the vibe was off. You could tell that actually the people that you were talking to, they didn't have like a positive influence on you. When you went home, you kind of felt defeated. You felt like the world was a very dark, sinister, and challenging place. And you're being reminded of how often you have actually given a little bit of your peace away just to be a nice person. Whereas, when did nice ever get you anything that is noteworthy in your life? When did being nice ever result in you ending up feeling proud of yourself or ending up feeling like that was the right choice to make? So I do see with the Three of Wands, which represents the element of fire in the tarot, the Three of Wands shows us three of these phallic, which means masculine symbols, upright. We've got one wand here that is kind of like at the forefront, whereas the other two wands are closer to the water. We've got a ship that has sailed, and we've got our rabbit that's looking at the clock because, you know, time is ticking, time is money, your time is valuable. And that is exactly what your guides are trying to communicate to you. Stop saying yes to plans that once they come around, you don't feel like going. You don't even feel like seeing them through. You don't feel like getting ready. You don't feel like leaving your house. You don't feel like seeing that person anymore. Stop making these types of plans. Stop saying yes to it. Stop in a haste trying to just be the nice person that says, yeah, let's do it, when you know yourself. Group number one, you know that you will regret it. You know that eventually you'll be like, oh, why did I even say yes to that? So this is you in the next 30 days not saying yes to anything that isn't a full body yes. A full body yes is a yes that you know you won't regret later on and that you know you can stand behind. So let's get a little more deeply into your reading. I do feel as though your guides still have some very important messages to share, and I can just tell that we are just at the beginning, group number one, so buckle up, because your reading is just, I'm feeling this is going to be extremely fire. So next up, we have got the breath. So here within the breath, the next 30 days are going to be all about you being out of breath, all about you using the breath to regulate. So you will be working out more, but I also see a little bit of freak between the sheets kind of action, if you know what I mean here within breath. And I do see you taking someone's breath away. There is an amplification of that, of when you walk into a room or you're in that parking lot, you're getting out of your car, you're getting to the next station, the bus station, the train station, you're walking, you've got your headphones in, you're listening to your favorite music, and the world really is your runway. And I know sometimes one can feel really delulu when you're listening to your music and you're in the world of the music that you're listening to, and it feels like you're probably giving off the Lulu vibes, but actually the confidence, the amplification of your very seductive and confident type of energy and moves is something that's drawing others so closely to you that it's going to be hard for them to resist speaking to you. It's going to be hard for them to resist coming up to you and making it very clear that they're interested in you. So within the next 30 days, someone is going to be very forward in giving you their phone number and asking for you to text them, asking for you to hit them up, to let them know when you would like to be taken out. Someone is going to be very clear as glass, and I mean glass that has been cleaned with Windex or whatever the organic version of that is, and you're able to see very clearly that this person wants you and is interested in you. You're not going to be debating, you're not going to be wondering. It is a very, very clear looking glass of what effect that you are having, romantically speaking, on other individuals. And here within the alchemical wedding, we do have this unification of you and someone else coming together and bridging a gap that existed. So taking a deep breath, because finally a friction that was there, a friction that had been caused in your life. I'm getting this family member, I'm getting someone really close to you, and you knew everything about this person and they knew everything about you. You knew each other's biggest secrets, regrets, your insecurities, your hopes, your dreams, some of the nasty things that you did in your past relationships, that you still went back to your ex that one time, that, you dipped that person's toothbrush in the toilet, that you put laxatives in your teacher's meal, whatever like the big dark secrets are. You knew that of one another. And, it goes both ways. Like, they knew things about you that you could probably go to jail for or almost go to jail for, and vice versa. And that relationship being strained, not being able to phone them up the way you usually do, not being able to see them, to connect with them, it has been something that has been causing tightness. And you may not have noticed it because, ego and pride. I get you, group number one. When our feelings are hurt, we sometimes also try to play tough. We try to put on a front. We try to act as though it's okay. We didn't need them anyways. We're fine on our own. We don't need anyone because, well, we're independent. We're self-sufficient, etc., etc. But losing a friend is still painful, even if you haven't really allowed yourself to feel that that connection was missing. Now, that connection is being rekindled here in the next 30 days. Within the next 30 days, this connection is going to be repaired. It is going to be reborn, rejuvenated. The snakes represent rebirth, shedding an old skin and being able to actually grow a new one, a fresh one that is based on mutual respect, understanding, and also valuing one's presence in each other's lives again. Especially if that has been lost, especially if that has been a struggle and it hasn't really been felt from either side in a long, long time. So the rekindling of a old friendship connection, of you coming back together, because you are like opposites. Like, they are the yin to your yang. They are the peanut butter to your jelly. They are the creamer in your coffee. You get the idea. And you're such a great team that it would be sad for you to not be in a good place and for you to not continue to conquer the world and laugh and have fun together. So I'm really excited for you, group number one, to see that within the next 30 days, there is a rekindling, there is a reconciliation of this relationship and of this bond, and you'll be back and closer than ever. So next up, we have got energy. Now, call your energy back to you is a reiteration from your guides with master number 44 that, again, don't say yes to things you don't really want to be in. Don't say yes to things that you don't actually have an interest in joining when the day comes. Don't say yes to that friend that wants to go hang out with you and have a coffee or a drink. Don't say yes to the date with your ex who's trying to come back because you haven't seen them in like a decade or something. Don't say yes to going out with that person who you know you're just not quite on the same wavelength with. And it's not to say you're better than anyone, but you want to be with people who elevate you, who amplify energies that you love about yourself and also them. You want to be around people who inspire you. And sometimes we go back to settling for people that we know are just not our tribe and not our vibe and a little lower frequency than we are, because we have not found our high frequency friendships and tribes just yet. And Spirit and your guides want to say to you that nothing is wrong with you. You're not strange. There's nothing to feel embarrassed about or to feel like you've done wrong in even considering doing this, because sometimes it can be a little shameful to think to yourself, oh, you're just thinking of going out with this person because you want a little bit of extra social contact or you didn't know what to do that Thursday night. It's okay, we've all done it, but the next 30 days are about protecting your aura, protecting your power, your radiance, your energy, because you want to avoid it being depleted again. You need all of your energy for yourself and your ventures. Here within the Seeker, we've got number 36. And could you surrender just a bit more? Could you open up just a little more, my gorgeous soul of group number 1, to the vision of who you're becoming, to the vision of your future? And I just posted a video on my channel. It is 10 steps to changing your life. I highly recommend that you go and watch this transformative video. It is so healing. It is so transformative. It is so powerful. And I know that you will enjoy it. I'll link it below in the description box. But as mentioned, it is the video that I posted right before this one. And here within the Seeker, know that your guides can see that you have this sixth sense. You have this psychic ability. You have a very strong ability to visualize things so clearly. So when you are in meditation, when you are visualizing, you've got your eyes closed. Do this right now with me, group number 1. Close your eyes. Visualize you sitting in your dream vehicle, like actually turning it on through a button, or maybe you put the key in, whatever kind of vehicle it is, and then putting your foot, releasing it off of the brakes, putting it onto the gas, driving off, and just feeling amazing, feeling elated, the smell of the leather, the look of you looking out of the windshield, what you're seeing, it's maybe nature, maybe it's a big city, how your hands feel on the steering wheel, the vibration of it in the steering wheel and under your butt in the seat, and how it feels if it's a drop top with, for example, the air just flowing through your hair and you having the sun kiss your skin as you're driving around, having this very strong ability to visualize. And you can open your eyes now, group number 1, by the way, having this very strong ability to visualize and see things so crystal clear, like with our glass here, is something that not everyone has. It's something that isn't usual, it's not common, it's not something that happens on a day-to-day basis that one meets an individual like you. So I want you to truly, truly honor this, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. So let's delve a little more deeply into it. I have intuitively received some letters for you. So we've got, wow, CEO. The next 30 days, it is about being the CEO, my gorgeous soul, bossing up, being the CEO of your life, of your choices, of your business, figuratively and literally speaking, and not being afraid to step into that chief executive officer role. All right. And you are the CEO at all times, even when you feel powerless, even when you feel like your career is not yet where you want it to be, even if you feel like you're not getting a CEO salary. Group 1, can I remind you of the fact that you have always been, from birth, and will always be your own CEO, who decides with autonomy what they do with their life. You've been the CEO of deciding when you get up in the morning, when you take a shower, when you eat, when you sleep, when you've got your free time. Of course, we make decisions also based on responsibilities and so on. But at the end of the day, every choice that you've made, or at least 99.9% of the choices that you make all the time, are yours. You're not being forced to make those choices. Sometimes we feel like we're forced to make these choices, but that's why your guides have brought these specific letters into your reading. The specificity of your reading is insane, group number 1, because it shows us here your guides want you to remember you are your boss. You are the CEO of your existence and your life. So it is also your job and your responsibility to make it an awesome existence, to make it an awesome life, to feel proud of being the CEO of your own existence. And how do we do that? We do that by making choices that create a future, that create a tomorrow that you are excited to wake up to, that you are excited to be a part of. So continue to be in your CEO role. Continue to be unafraid to make decisions even if others don't like it. Continue to remind everyone in your life that actually you are the sole decision maker. Actually, yeah, they may not like a choice that you've made. Okay, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Dad. But that's the choice that I made, and I stand behind it on business. I do see here within Stormy that for you, being within stormy weather is actually something that you always knew was part of the story of being different. Being quite literally the black angel, the fallen angel, also known as the black sheep of your family and of your circle, the black sheep in your town, in your school, especially feeling like bullying was a thing that was the norm. Feeling like you are always left out, you're always picked last when it comes to, for example, PT classes, when it comes to, all of these sports where you're picking a team, and kids can be so horrible. I don't even want to get into the details of that, but the whole message we've got here within Stormy for you is to remember that weathering these storms has made you more beautiful. It's made you more iconic. It has made you this person that is not only resilient, but that also through all of this situation has always stayed within their power and has always remembered their worth. And that's something to be proud of, because you have grown through the storms, and there's actually nothing that will really come towards you that you've got to worry about. We have this reiterated within On Fire. The next 30 days of your life you will be on fire, and I want to remind you that we already had master number 44 here within this card that we received previously, which was about calling your energy back to you. Just to jog your memory when it came to the message of that card, and here within On Fire and master number 44, we have this number showing up again because Spirit wants to remind you that you will continuously see number sequences with the number 4 within the next 30 days of your life. Seeing 44, 444, this angel number 444 is your angel number of being on fire. It is your angel number of knowing that's the path, that's where to go. So seeing angel number 444 at the till, at the checkout, you know this is a reiteration of your strength. This is a reiteration that you are being amplified right now, right here. Don't let the energy go to waste of the amplification that's taking place within your life, energetically speaking. And by not letting it go to waste, I'm hearing go out, have fun, go on dates, say no to people. Actually, even if you're still interested in them romantically, watch them come back. Watch them try to fix things. Watch when you have strong boundaries and you're discerning and you step into the CEO energy, how people bow down to it. This is a powerful time. These next 30 days are going to change your life profoundly, group number 1. And I can't wait for us to delve even more deeply into just how this is going to take place. So I am now going to clear and cleanse the space. You don't need to lift a finger. All that I ask you to do is to leave a flame emoji below in the comment section, a flame emoji, and write master number 44 down. So flame and 44. Type that into the comment section to let me and others know that you're a real one, that you selected group number 1 and you have watched your reading up until this point, because that is the only way you would know to leave that emoji below in the comment section. And continue to relax, continue to lean back and enjoy your personal reading. And I will be right back for us to delve even more deeply into your prediction. Welcome back, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. We have our divination board ready, and we're going to get even more deeply into the next 30 days of your life. So let's see what or who is coming towards you. Okay, so we have our dice that landed on Gemini. So within Gemini, I want you to know that we've got a Gemini in the next 30 days that is going to be impacting your life. Gemini babies are born between May and June, and they are air signs that are said to be very communicative. They're said to be the types of signs that you can talk to about anything, that are adaptable, versatile, and very fun. And these signs can also sometimes be overwhelming for some of us who are a little more quiet, a little more introverted, or need time to warm up. Okay, so next up, let's decipher the symbol that we've got here, but actually we have the planet of Mars. Now, Mars is actually the planet that rules Aries, and Mars is the planet of assertiveness, of taking the initiative. So this Gemini is going to take the initiative to come to you. You're not going to have to come to them. This Gemini is going to make sure that their presence is known in your life, and they're going to take the time to show you, if they've got a Gemini and Mars placement, that they see a very specific, clear future with you. So this person is in it for the long haul, group number 1. This person is someone who, oh, okay, you've ghosted them in the past, or they've gone ghost. There's been ghosting involved with this person, but they're coming back within the next 30 days. They want to make a reappearance. They want to come back from the dead. They want to re-alive themselves after they have actually been a ghost in your life. And with this ghost energy, we've got this vibe of them also watching your Instagram stories, them seeing what you're doing on social media, watching from accounts that are anonymous. All right, there are anonymous story viewers too. There are anonymous accounts with which you can actually see what someone else is doing. And I want you to know that they have been aggressively pursuing you without you even knowing it, by seeing what you're doing, figuring out precisely where you're standing in your love life, in your relationship life, and just like being on the sidelines watching and waiting for the perfect time for them to make an entry, which they feel is going to be within 30 days of you receiving this reading of yours, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. So watch out for this. They are coming. And they're going to say very clearly what they want this time round. They're going to communicate it. They were a little slippery before, but they understand that that's not going to fly anymore in the future. Next up, okay, we've got confidence. So I don't know what has gotten into them, group number 1, that has given them so much confidence in themselves to just unghost, to just come back, but there's just something within them. Excuse our little foliage here. There is something within this person that gives them this confidence that they can come back to you. And group number 1, I want you to decide for yourself whether this is what you want to allow, whether you desire for them to be a part of your life again, because you have to choose carefully what type of energies and what type of people that you allow around you. And I want us to add a little bit into your reading when it comes to very clear messaging. So that is why I love to pick letters for you. So we have Raz or Sar. All right, we have a very very vague description as of right now. Let's add a few more letters in just to see what Spirit has for us. We've also got L as well as N. So what I am getting here is a snarl, okay? There is something here in you that is going to snarl. You're not happy with this person or this situation. A snarl is usually a sound that is made by an animal, like a dog, for example, and it's like an aggressive growl with bared teeth. So showing your teeth, snarling, showing that this is something that you're not 100% happy, well, not 100% happy with. You're not happy with it at all. And I see here that you're just like, WTF, where have you been all this time? When I was texting you, double texting you, making myself look like a fool, where were you? Where was this pursuing me? Where was this certainty in your actions of wanting to be near me, wanting to be a part of my life? So I do see here that you are not quick to forgive, and that's probably the right choice for you to make, group number one, because unfortunately people value what they've had to work hard for, what they've had to spend money on, what they've had to jump through hoops to attain and acquire. And if you make yourself super kind of reachable, some people will respect you less, especially if there has been ghosting and then there's a rekindling. You have to make it very clear that there are consequences of these actions, that you are not a doormat, that you are not to be treated however the wind blows that day, that you have standards, you have expectations, and it's okay if someone doesn't meet them, but then they are exited out of your life, and it's not going to be up to them. It's not their choice. It's just how the process goes. You don't behave accordingly, you get removed. It's that simple. It's a very simple equation. It's a very simple formula. And I do want you to know here that snarling is exactly what you should do with someone who is overly confident and acts as though nothing has happened. You know those people who do like the wildest ish, like they do some crazy ish, they say some things to you and you're just like, how can you say that? And then pretend like a couple hours later or the next day, like it never happened. Like we didn't just ghost each other. Like we didn't just say some things to each other that show just how uncompatible that we really are. So I just want you to know here that your reaction is so justified and it's so valid, and to not let anyone gaslight you into making you feel like it isn't your right to snarl, like it isn't your right to show your fangs figuratively, and it isn't your right to be like, you've got to now prove yourself. You've got to now show that you're serious, or else you can remain a ghost. You can remain evaporated. Next up, we have the Ten of Cups. Now, the Ten of Cups shows us here that when it comes to romantic connections, they want it all. The Ten of Cups is a card of completion. It's a card of having everything, all the cups being full, having this image of wanting to really be together, wanting to be in a complete loving relationship. So the Ten of Cups is actually an indication that that was in the room. That was a possibility. That was something that was on the table here as the ghosting situation happened. Things changed. The Four of Swords shows us that you actually felt as though you had to grow by yourself. You had to do everything by yourself. Like you weren't actually as emotionally held and protected as you thought that you were. And this type of disappointment can leave some huge scars. By the way, I have a reel on Instagram. It has like close to 700,000 views at this point and so many likes, and it's about exactly that, when you are disappointed in a man's actions and how that deeply changes how you feel about that person. You don't feel safe around them, which means you can't be vulnerable anymore, because how can you be vulnerable in front of someone that has made you feel unsafe? I have pinned that reel to the top of my profile, so make sure that you go check that out. A lot of you guys have been following me on Instagram, and the Instagram has been growing, of course, with these types of reels gaining a lot of popularity as people really resonate with the messages of what I'm posting. So I just want you to know here in the Four of Swords, it's so relatable, and it's completely understandable that you also want, as Spirit can see, justice. You want equality, you want balance in the relationship, you want justice for what you went through, justice for the emotional hurt, the pain, the suffering. You don't want to swipe it under the rug because you value yourself and what you've been through more than to just say, oh, it's okay, I'll just swipe it under the rug. Like, no, we're not swiping anything under the rug. If you did wrong, if you did someone dirty, you need to pay. Literally and figuratively, you need to pay. And making this clear is something that can be difficult when you're used to being the empath, the doormat, the one that forgives very quickly, when you're the person who always somehow finds a way to move on in a split second from some deep pain that was caused. And when that happens, sometimes people tend to repeat actions that hurt you very quickly again because you did not draw harsh enough consequences. You did not make them pay as much as you really should have. And someone way bitchier than you, someone way more self-centered and egotistical than you are, would have raised hell. And the thing is, like, you letting people off the hook and just not being mad for super long because you're like, what's the point? I don't want to waste everyone's time, including my own. It does have a very positive quality of you not holding on to very much darkness, but at the same time, not being a mega resentful individual also means that people sometimes don't take it as seriously when you forgive them and they do it again because you didn't punish them as much as the average person probably would have. So as usual, everything comes with its gains, everything comes with its challenges. So I want you to know here that finding the right middle ground of punishing and making your boundaries clear before taking someone back, especially when ghosting has been involved, is a really important aspect for you to start to master so that you can successfully take people back if that's what you choose to do. But of course, if you just want to tell them to go to hell forever, because them coming back, it just doesn't feel right. And you know in your heart that if someone didn't appreciate you at that time where you needed them, where you wanted them, where it could have been a thing, if they didn't see the value in being with you then, you don't want them now. You don't want anyone coming back. You don't want someone who treats you like a second-class citizen, like you're optional, like you're just the runner-up to actually being the winner. And you know that in the meantime, they were probably chasing someone else or doing someone else or in a relationship with someone else. So you've got to be careful here, group number one, and strategic. If all you want is to have a little bit of attention and have fun, go for some dinners, or them even do something for you that you need, okay, you know, an eye for an eye. I understand you had this ghosting situation and you want them to pay. I get that. However, I want you to know, group number one, that spending time in a place of slight vengeance, okay, nothing extreme, but a little bit of vengeance, it is keeping you from finding the real deal, from finding your King of Coins. Now, the King of Coins corresponds to the element of Earth, as the element of Earth is the element of Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. Those are the Earth signs. The King of Coins is someone who is all about their business. They make financially sound decisions, and I was just about to mention to you how remaining in a place of continuing to connect with this Gemini clown. Let's just call them a Gemini clown, because how they're behaving makes them a clown. So it's not the fact that they're a Gemini, so don't take this personally if you are a Gemini or you have a lot of Gemini placements. I do too within my birth chart, group number 1. I am actually a Gemini rising, so I get the Gemini vibe, but this is a full-on Gemini clown. So as I was talking about this Gemini clown keeping you from, and then the King of Coins came into the reading, I want you to know that a stable person, older than you, knowing what they want, knowing what they desire, understanding that time is valuable, understanding that they can't play around with your feelings, that they can't come in and out of a relationship whenever that they please. All right, that's your person. That's what we're going for. The Three of Batons also shows us they wouldn't be afraid to help you out of any situation, and it feels different when someone wants to. Okay, they're not afraid to go to war for you. They're not afraid to be there even through your tough moments, especially if you do deal with some mental health issues and struggles of staying positive, of not falling into depression, of maybe even dealing with ADHD, autistic streaks within you. The Three of Batons and the King of Coins shows a combination of a person who will never use those quote-unquote weaknesses or struggles against you, but instead they hold space, they are calm, they will amplify the energy of having this very solid foundation in your relationship that you know, regardless of what may happen in a discussion, an argument, or a fight, they're still there. It's still solid. They're not going anywhere. So my beautiful soul of group number 1, this is what I've received for you so far. I am going to clear and cleanse the space and be back so we can move into your reading a little more deeply on a bit more of a personal note. You don't have to lift a finger, just continue to relax, enjoy, and I'll be right back with more messages about what's coming towards you in the next 30 days. Group number 3, it almost flew way over my head what the topic of this video was. It's about the next 30 days. So not only is this Gemini clown keeping you from your King of Coins, but your King of Coins is appearing within the next 30 days of you receiving this reading. They're coming into your life. This is an exciting time for you, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. I can't wait for you to meet them. I can't wait for you to be together with this King of Coins person who actually values you, who actually understands what it's like to give you a very soft life type of experience. And the Six of Cups is a very favorable card. The Suit of Cups corresponds to emotions, relationships, love. The Six of Cups is a card of being in love, of being infatuated, of spending time together, of getting flowers, going on dates, and also talking about serious topics already, such as what are your family plans? How do you see things going for yourself when it comes to having a family, creating a family, when it comes to being in a committed relationship? So I definitely want you to know here that the next 30 days are going to be very interesting in your love life, with some changes happening, some new energy, and old energy, old ghosts trying to come back, trying to re-alive themselves, reinvigorate themselves, trying to take that potion. What was that potion in Vampire Diaries? That red blood thing. I can't remember what that elixir was called. Comment it below in the description box if you know what I mean. That, you know, brings them back to life even if they've perished. Was it the blood of Klaus, or like an original or something, or just some ancient vampire that made them indestructible? I can't remember how the story went, so clearly I need to rewatch that again. But anyways, the main meaning here is that you are in possession of this. You are the gatekeeper of this re-aliving potion, and you don't have to give it to the ghost. You can save that for someone new with whom you can start on an untarnished slate that you also have coming for you here during the next 30 days after you received this reading. So group 1, I'm going to clear and cleanse the space. You don't have to lift a finger or do anything, and we'll delve a little more deeply into your reading. So just hold on tight, and I'll be right back for us to uncover more about the upcoming 30 days in your life and precisely what is happening for you. Welcome back, my beautiful soul of group number 1. Did you miss me? Now let's delve a little more deeply into the next 30 days for you, shall we? Let's see what your guides have to say. Oh, the awakened dead. Did we not just talk about someone realiving themselves, about the ghost going unghost? This ghost is not leaving you alone, all right? This ghost is trying everything within their power to be back. The message we've got here is the things that almost broke me were the things that most awoke me. Powerful message in regards to someone trying to come back on a different note, since we have discussed them and we know they are going to make a reappearance within 30 days of you receiving this tarot card prediction. I want you to know the awakened dead, as it pertains to you, shows us that you are resilient, you appreciate yourself, and you are understanding that you've been through some hardships that were not fun, you wouldn't wish on anyone, but at the same time, it has put you ahead of the curve. It has put you in a position where others would fall apart, where others would move into a space where there's a challenge and they would crumble. That's not happening for you, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. You are not crumbling. You are not giving up. You are not caving in, because others' worst day is literally a breeze for you after what you have experienced. We've also got the drum, which comes with the keyword awaken. And remember, this card is the awakened dead, awakening. The next 30 days, waking up, quite literally speaking, will be easier for you. So in the mornings, you will wake up with more ease, with more freshness. But awakening in a deeper sense, awakening the part of you that understands how much power that you have in this lifetime to actually live the existence of your dreams, that is being awakened. Like the power of your ancestors, really, the ones who came before you, who died, who left this physical form and passed down their power to you, and who have been through so much just so you could have this opportunity, you could have this life. You're not going to let them down after everything that they went through just in order to survive. And the East shows us here that you will be traveling east or making plans to travel east in the next 30 days. And traveling east is something I am also planning on doing. I am going to be traveling through Asia very soon. I am just getting my affairs in order. And you guys will see some of it documented on Instagram, perhaps also on YouTube, because I want to take this time to almost do like a little tarot world tour, okay, to do a little tarot goes around the globe experience where I still do readings and predictions from wherever I am, taking in the sacred and divine energies of those different countries and spaces and ancestors that once walked upon those earths. Now here, within emergence, I want you to understand that you too will be planning to go east from where you are within the next 30 days. Whether you will book that flight or find your stay, that is still up in the air. Spirit is not yet sure precisely how your trip east is going to play out, but it is forming. It's putting itself together, and I do see here that the trip east is going to bring you enlightenment, some sort of aha moment where you're like, yeah, this is exactly what I needed. I see here in the Nine of Cups that actually this trip east is a trip you've wished for a really long time. This is also known as the wish card. The Nine of Cups is a highly favorable card of the suit of cups, which corresponds to the element of water. The suit of cups is the element of your emotions, and the Nine of Cups shows us this almost like caterpillar creature sitting on this cushion with what seems like a hookah or a shisha that is connected to these cups. There's an abundance to kind of inhale, to enjoy, and it is the wish card because this is like a genie in a bottle, so to say. So the Nine of Cups does show us here that the next 30 days you will be able to fulfill a wish of the travels that you had for going east, and you might even win something such as a flight ticket, such as a stay at a hotel, and find a very kind of inquisitive way to get something for free, to get something in a way that you can do it without financial stress. For me, for example, I could go somewhere to a hotel and be a yoga teacher, a yoga instructor, since I do have a yoga teacher certificate, and that would allow me to stay somewhere without having to pay the extra funds to be there, only having to do the flight and to even get paid for my services, even get paid to be there. Now, within the Magician, it is just all about using everything in your power, everything within your abilities, and being creative about it, being resourceful, right? Being imaginative and creative as a whole, and using that in order to create opportunities where you thought you had to pay to do it, you thought you had to work to get there, it would be challenging, and now all of a sudden you are being paid. Group number one. Now all of a sudden you are the one who is actually being compensated for being where you wanted to be anyways. And these power moves, they take a little bit of confidence, they take a little bit of cockiness, they take a little bit of empowerment to the degree where you're like, of course I deserve this. Of course I'm meant to be here. Of course you guys are paying me to live my dream. I mean, I didn't come onto this planet to suffer. God or the universe, my ancestors, didn't put me on planet Earth so I could suffer. No, they did not. So of course I'm going to use everything that I've learned and all of my skills in order to live life and be paid all the time. The harvest moon shows us that these dreams are coming to fruition. Sometimes being Delulu is really the Solulu, and I don't want anyone to like tell you otherwise, group number one, because honestly they're just haters, because being Delulu has gotten me to so many places. And we just remember I was Delulu enough to self-publish my own tarot deck back in like, what was that, 2020, 2021? I can't even remember. And literally it sold out within hours. My first tarot deck, I self-published it. I didn't even know what I was doing. I created the deck, the guidebook, the cards. Now I even have a course on how you can create your own deck, your own guidebook, your own cards, how you can create your own tarot or oracle deck to create another stream of revenue for yourself. Now I've turned it into a course, all from the Delulu idea of, yeah, I read tarot and oracle cards. Of course, I'm going to publish a course that can teach you how to do the same and do so successfully and make more money, because literally I created a life in which I can read cards for a living out of just being Delulu that it would work. And sometimes literally just focusing on what you want, focusing on transcending from your current reality to the reality of the person that you know you can be, that person who's really successful, that person who actually works their dream, so isn't employed by a company that they don't want to work for, but instead works on their own dream and gets paid to live their own dream. Literally, I cannot tell you how helpful, powerful, strong it is for you to just allow Delulu to be your Salulu. Because so often we question ourselves to a degree that's not even necessary. Because remember, there are people out here who believed in themselves and are living their dreams based on their talents. There are musicians, there are artists, there are tech entrepreneurs, there are mathematicians, people who had a talent. Just because yours is not an ordinary one, just because your talent is maybe not one that is seen as something that is, of course, going to have its own career or could sustain you doesn't mean that you can't be the pioneer to make it a thing. Remember, even social media is so new. Just think about it, like 15 years ago, or when you were really young, social media was maybe not even a thing, might have not even existed, or may have just been something that was, MySpace was just rolling around, Facebook was just coming out. There was something over here in Switzerland and like the German speaking area, of Europe, and it was called Netlog. Oh God, MSN Messenger. I don't know if you guys remember all that. I still remember. I had such an embarrassing name. And I just want you to know that it is a progression from things that never even existed to explode into us not being able to even imagine our lives without it, and it being rooted in society. Now, social media and being connected in these ways, having these pictures and images and reels, both filtered and real, they are normal. It's not something that's going to go away. It's not something that humanity is going to diminish or banish. It is here to stay. And just a short while ago, it wasn't even something that we could imagine would happen or would become this big. And I want you to know that the same goes for your career and what you want to come to fruition, the lifestyle you want to come to fruition. There are people out here selling courses on how to sell courses, living the life. I literally follow one of these girls. I can't remember what her name is. And she literally makes 6 figures every single month. Mind you, she started this like 10 years ago or something, but she stuck to it. She remained diligent. She worked hard on it. And now she's living a life of leisure and softness. She's traveling the world, selling her courses remotely as she's traveling. And the Solulu was her being Delulu. Of course, at the beginning, nobody would have believed her if she would have told you, oh, one day I'm going to travel to Paris, France. I'm going to be eating croissants and having the most expensive $20 hot chocolate in the most iconic places. And I'm going to still be passively selling my course while I'm there, while I'm posting images of me living my life. People are going to be buying my courses and I'm going to be making bank and I'm going to be shopping. All my bills are paid. I own a luxury vehicle and a luxury home. And I'm literally just out here living my best life. Nobody would have believed that. People would have said, this girl is dreaming. This girl cannot be serious. This girl is really overestimating her abilities. But look, she's done it. Even my story with my YouTube channel. I mean, literally, if I would have told you years ago, which I did actually say to my mom, like, oh, I'm going to do this full time. I'm going to publish my own deck. Before I did all of that, she was like, I'm not sure. I didn't even know you could make money off of YouTube. And of course, my mom is from a different generation, but it's just to show you that, yeah, the likelihood isn't high, and it seemed very delulu to those closest to me. However, the likelihood may not be high, and that is someone else's story. But I made sure that was not my story, because my story is the story of living my life based on what I love to do. My story is the story of being happy, of being abundant in every way, financially, physically, also emotionally, mentally. And when it comes to love, living an abundant life with an abundance of love. And there's nobody that's going to stop that. And I've done so through a lot of hard work and discipline, but also just being a little delulu. Now, within the Two of Wands, I can see that within the next 30 days, you will have a completely different outlook on your future. Everything will change about how you see your future. We've started off here, we have these white lilies. The white lilies represent innocence and also a death of that innocence. And then we have red roses over here that you're looking towards within the future, right? So we've got passion, we've got love, we've got you seeing life completely differently in your future. I decided from one day to the next that I am going to put all of my stuff in a storage unit, and I'm just going to travel the world and work from different remote places and change locations. And here the Two of Wands shows me that you are making an equally big decision within these next 30 days. And the Tower is the complete confirmation and culmination of this decision. The Tower shows us things flying around in the air. There's movement, there's chaos, there's excitement, there's fireworks here. And I want you to know here that that's what happens when you make a big life-altering decision. That's what happens when you see your future completely differently. That is what happens when you're not afraid to shatter the safe and conventional future experience that you had set aside for yourself. And you're not afraid to be like, actually, I want something really wild and different and epic and one in a million. And I'm actually gonna go for that. We have so many things flying through the air here. I have a little pineapple that I can see here, some chairs that are flying through the air, some sort of like dishes and so on. So if you break a dish within the next 30 days, it is good luck actually for this transformation. And I do also see here there are some flying creatures which are hard to make out. It's like a mixture between oh, now I see what it is. I thought it was like a mixture between a fly and a chicken or something, but actually this is like a potion with some wings, do you see, and legs. So a potion that is, so these potions, these elixirs that were just able to save themselves after the table was, or the tablecloth actually was completely ripped off of the table. This lady here did not expect this to happen at all, but Alice from Alice in Wonderland, as this is the Tarot in Wonderland deck, and no, this isn't sponsored. I purchased this deck by myself and I just really love it. Alice just snatches the blanket off of the table. Everything is flying all around the sky, all around the room, and she's doing so confidently. She's not regretting it. I mean, this is one movement of knowing, yeah, I'm okay to destroy this table. I'm okay to destroy everything that's on the table because I know what I bring to the table. I know I am the table. I know I can deck the table out with new things that I actually want on the table. And if this isn't the company that I want here, I'm not going to keep this individual here either. So there is a huge amount of change that is coming in the next 30 days for you, my beautiful soul of group number 1. And these changes are going to impact your life in a lasting manner, but in a manner that actually, as we spoke about in the Harvest Moon and the Waxing Gibbous 5, will bring to fruition a lot of the things you thought were delulu, because you're focusing on making them happen rather than focusing on why they can't happen or why it's slightly delusional or why you're being over the top. F that, group number 1. There are so many people who have made businesses based on the most simple yet their most biggest passions that they had. And you can do the same thing, group number 1. And you can do that even in a 9-to-5 by becoming the best at what you do without actually being the one that sacrifices all of their time with friends and family or loved ones. You can still set yourself greatly apart from the crowd by learning how to speak to people, learning how to make the best impressions, learning how to, send people little personalized birthday notes, remembering important dates that people have, and actually playing the game in the sense of becoming everyone's favorite. So, of course, you are going to be the one promoted. Of course, you are going to not just be the CEO of your life, but the CEO of the enterprise. So group 1, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that it uncovered a lot of the questions that you had about the next 30 days in your life and potentially even beyond. If you watch the reading all the way to the end, don't forget to subscribe because we clearly vibe with one another and you're clearly meant to be part of the unicorn family. Also leave a butterfly emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're a real one from group number 1. everyone and that you watch the reading all the way to the end, because that is the only way that anyone would know to leave a butterfly emoji in the comment section, because there's no other way you would know. No other group is going to have the butterfly emoji as the emoji of choice to leave in the comment section to signify that you were here and that you watched the whole thing. So don't forget to leave that below in the comment section to let me and others know. Group 1, thank you so much for being here and for spending this gorgeous divine time and space with me. And I can't wait for us to connect during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, my beautiful soul, and welcome to your reading about what's coming towards you in the next 30 days. So we are going to be getting into all the nitty-gritty details. We're not going to leave anything out in these divine tarot messages. And to start off your reading, we are going to get into it with the Wild Unknown Alchemy deck, as well as this beautiful crystal pyramid that you selected. It's giving dark blue goddess vibes. We've got the black, the gold combination, and the spiral that actually is a representation and a symbol of eternity. So let's get into what's coming towards you within the next 30 days. And in case you didn't know this, I have conducted tens of thousands of readings on and offline. We are inching closer to 700 tarot related videos on the YouTube channel. So if you're completely new here, make sure that you subscribe to never miss out on another one of these life-changing readings. And now you have tuned into this reading in order for you to figure out what's coming 30 days after you have tuned in, within the next 30 days of you clicking and receiving this reading. The countdown begins now. So first up, we've got lead. So there's going to be a lot of strength that you will acquire in the next 30 days. If you are hitting the gym, your muscles will become unusually strong, your endurance is going up, and when it comes to business, you are not joking, you're not taking ish from anyone. In the Great Serpent, we have a representation of a snake that is biting its own tail, which is also known as the Ouroboros. Can you see this? So another name for it, being Ouroboros, is actually another symbol of eternity, just as I represented here within the spiral when it comes to your crystal pyramid. So what you're going to do here is this change in you and your demeanor is actually going to be a change. This is something that will last for your entire lifetime. This is something that you're going to take with you. It's a lesson that you are going to be able to carry on and continue to use to your advantage. So this whole not being a doormat, this whole not being an empath to your own detriment that you're developing within the next 30 days is going to lead you to a complete new rebirth of yourself, as the snake is also a representation of rebirth, of shedding old skin and becoming completely different. Now, silver is actually a substance that needs to be polished to stay shiny, which is what your guides are trying to communicate to you, that yeah, you have to continuously do the disciplines in order for you to get stronger, but you have been doing it. You have been quote unquote polishing yourself, and because you've been polishing yourself, because you've been investing in yourself, because you have not mixed yourself up with like lesser metals or lesser people, I just want you to understand that that is actually giving you a complete heads up compared to other people. What that is doing for you is it's putting you in a different echelon. In the next 30 days, it will be even more evident that you belong on a completely different tier, and you're going in a completely different timeline than other people, because you are quantum leaping from your current reality into a reality where things are happening way more quickly. And you are going to do that little snoop on Facebook, on Instagram, where you're looking at some people that you went to like middle school and high school with. Not to compare, but there is going to be this little ego boost of, okay, I'm actually doing pretty well. Okay, I'm actually not doing as bad as I thought, because as mentioned, you invested in yourself. And through investing in yourself, it's like we've got here in the Ouroboros. Just think about it this way. If you invest in yourself and you put these investments, it's like the snake is eating these investments, right? They're in here. We've got jewels, we've got topaz, we've got different types of citrine. These might be diamonds. You get the idea here. We've got a ruby, and the snake eats it and bites its own tail, so it just continues to circulate. It never ends. That's the representation of the great serpent. And an investment in your gorgeous self is never a waste, group number 2. It never goes in vain. It's never something that you're going to regret. It's never something that you're going to find is just pouring energy, time, and money down the drain. Not at all. So let's get a little more deeply into this, shall we, group number 2? Because I know that there are some more things happening in the next 30 days that are going to be life-changing for you. So next up, we've got Mercury. Mercury is connecting to you in a way that your communication runs a lot more freely, and rather than feeling shy, you're actually more in the mood to network and to communicate. By the way, Mercury is the planet of communication. It is the planet of your thinking mind. It is the planet of learning, of transforming your mind, and that's also precisely why we have got the symbol of the butterfly right here. And in case you didn't know this, actually Vanessa, the name Vanessa, means butterfly as well. We've got that here in front of this full moon, and I want you to be aware of the fact that Mercury with the full moon and the butterfly, this is an illumination of your transformation that's coming within the next 30 days, and you are going to receive a certificate for this. And the certificate might be a literal certificate if you're taking some sort of language test or language class, some sort of diploma that you're trying to do to increase your value in your workplace and in your professional life. But I also want you to know that sometimes we don't need that type of certificate. The certificate, okay, the best revenge, the best proof is in the paper. And that's what I want you to know here within Mercury, that your outspokenness, your directness is going to pay off literally. And sometimes we don't really care about the certificates. We don't need anyone to give us recognition. We just want our paper. And that's exactly what I see here for the next 30 days. So we have got the first house. You will get your paper, and that will further solidify your persona, your updated, new, stronger persona that can even be a little rough when they need to when it comes to your professional life. Now, the first house is the house of your self-image, and we're all constantly reinforcing ourselves. I remember the other night when I rediscovered, oh yeah, right, I'm actually a certified yoga teacher. All of a sudden, guess what? Your girl felt more flexible. Your big sis felt like she knew everything when it came to the gym and stretches and stuff like that. So I just want you to know here that within the first house, when we are reinforcing who we are, it's actually very helpful when we're reinforcing the version of ourselves that we are actually trying to become. Watch the video I just posted on my channel, which is 10 steps on how to create a new life for yourself. I promise you it's going to be wildly helpful. Open it in another tab, watch it after you've received this reading. All of the feedback so far has been absolutely gorgeous on that video, and I cannot thank you guys enough, as I also want to venture into more manifestation videos and videos where I speak on helping you how to create your dream life with more active steps, also outside of tarot and oracle cards. But of course we will continue our readings, because who doesn't love a good psychic reading? So your self-image is very important. It is everything, so to say, that you enforce a self-image of who you really want to be, and you don't enforce a self-image that has been forced onto you. Because how many of us have actually reinforced a self-image that was forced onto us? I remember when I was a kid, everyone used to bully me for being chubby, for being different, for my curly hair, this and that. Just, you know, coming from a country such as Nigeria, where I was born and kind of grew up in for a few years. We always had a place in Switzerland that we came back to, but I didn't properly move until I was you know, in school, and then coming here and people making all of these comments, a lot of people only having lived in their own little village their entire lives, never having seen anything outside of Switzerland, never having seen anything in the world. They were very harsh, very mean. And I remember I used to reinforce that I was fat, that I was not beautiful, that I was this person that they were saying that they were trying to reinforce in me, until, you know, it came to the point where I kept speaking to my mom about it. Thankfully, I did have a mom to talk to about these things who was always there for me. So I spoke to her about it every day after school. I would come back sad, I would come back defeated, and I would talk to her about it. And she would always say to me, don't listen to them. They're just jealous. They don't even know you. They've never even seen anything outside of their little village. They are just ignorant, and behaving in such a way, never do that back to them, because that's not the person that you are. But also don't believe what they're saying, and just wait till you get a little older, and you're going to see it was just jealousy, it was just insecurity, and it was just ignorance. And guess what, you guys, the unicorn mom, I mean, I come to slay every single day. You guys know that. You guys even see that on my Instagram. My latest reel, I pinned it. It's got almost 700,000 views. I'm like, what is going on? I've never been a big Instagram person, but you guys are really putting me onto it. So thank you. And I promise to continue posting more interesting content over there as well. So within the waning gibbous 3, I want you to understand here, the next 30 days will bring you back into balance. The next 30 days will have you in a position where you no longer feel imbalance. If right now you're struggling with a lot of IBS, so irritable bowel syndrome, you're having headaches, and just your bowel movements maybe aren't great, and you feel like your balance is off because your skin is kind of not amazing, you have some spots, you have some dark spots, or actually some red ones, some that are turning like yellow, that are a little inflamed, I want you to know the next 30 days are bringing you back into balance. Also because of hardness that you're bringing to your routine, and more hardness that you've got in your diet. And as we spoke about within silver, because you also polish, so you work on it. As you know, silver needs to be polished in order for it to not turn black and tarnish. So here within the Hunter Moon, I want you to know that when it comes to the next 30 days, this is a further confirmation of the abundance that is coming for you. This is a further confirmation of the fact that, yeah, when it comes to your life, you are going to receive in the next 30 days. Abundance is not only your birthright, but it's finally time for you to speak on it and then get it. And the waning crescent 1 tells us that you will go straight to protecting. So receiving a little bit of extra money, or a lot of bit of extra money in the next 30 days, my gorgeous soul, you're going to go straight into how can you invest this, either in yourself, like we spoke about with the Ouroboros. For me, I might add on to my 200-hour yoga teacher training, and I might actually do a 300-hour yoga teacher training. So that is a way I would invest in myself. Your investment may look different. Maybe you want to invest in resurfacing your skin. Maybe you want to invest in a surgical or non-surgical procedure. Maybe you will invest in the deposit of your home, of a vehicle that you really love. Maybe you'll go to a pottery class, a tennis class. There are so many ways in which you can make sure that you invest in something that shows, yeah, actually you've protected your funds because you've made amazing use of it. So do understand here that the next 30 days are 30 days in your favor. The next 30 days will result in abundance. They will result in more balance and more stability, and in you truly feeling like, you know what? I did well. These 30 days were actually good. Vanessa was right. Like, I'm glad I tuned into that psychic reading, and I can't wait to tune into the next one. So that's the vibe that I'm getting here for you, group number 2. Next up, we've got Temperance, but in reverse. Now, Temperance showing up in reverse shows us that nothing can really take you away from the actual goals that you've got. So no distractions are going to take you away from where you're trying to go. No distractions are going to take your eyes off the prize. So while others are maybe drinking, while others are maybe having a good time hooking up with their exes, I see here within Temperance reverse that you know to temper yourself, you're acting on it, but around you, oh my goodness, group number 2, the amount of friends that are going back to bad habits, to behaviors that you know are just going to result in their detriment, them calling you in tears or just being really upset about where their decisions are taking them and leading them. Group 2, I don't want to say you are the unpaid therapist of the group, but you are the unpaid therapist within your circle. And soon we're going to have to invoice people, group number 2. Soon we're going to have to ask for compensation. So I do see here within the tower that the next 30 days, look at that. Alice has ripped the tablecloth off of the table. Everything is flying into the air, is on the ground. We've got chairs that are actually like flying in all directions. I think even a broken leg here of the chair. We've got a pineapple, we've got crumbs, we've got food, we've got these little potions with wings that have still managed to save themselves and fly away. And, you know, she's shook. I'm not sure if this is a Queen of Hearts or who is meant to be depicted in this from the Tarot in Wonderland deck, because it's not exactly the Alice in Wonderland, but it's pretty darn close. So I want you to know here that this representation of Alice, it shows us you're done. You're ripping the tablecloth off of tables where people are making it seem like it's such a privilege for you to be seated at a table with them. Meanwhile, it's like they're not even bringing anything yummy to the table. You know when people say, well, what do you bring to the table? Excuse me, I don't even want to sit at your table. You're asking me what I bring to your table. First of all, if I were to bring something to your table, it would be a huge upgrade because your table really needs some extra seasoning. Your table really needs something on it that is noteworthy to begin with. But aside from that, people who ask that usually don't even have a house to put the table in. They usually don't even have the table. They haven't even built it. It's raw materials. And you're not letting people blind you like that anymore because you're the type of person who grew up in a way that you have become a little naive in situations to believe what people say because you always believe in the good of people. And when you realize that a lot of individuals do take advantage of that, for one, in the next 30 days, it's going to make you allergic to anyone's BS. So you're going to be more feisty these next 30 days. You're not going to sit at a table where people are making false promises, where people are giving you or anyone else false hope, where there is drama, where there is any kind of gossip. You're not doing it anymore. House 1 and the Tower, it shows us you don't identify with these people anymore. You don't identify with gossipers. I literally see you going out. It's a dinner, it's a get together with someone that is so negative and always complaining about their issues. Meanwhile, they could just do something about it. And they're trying to complain to you and you're just not doing it anymore. You're literally just saying to them, rather than complaining, why don't you do something about it? And that will result in a bit of a uncomfortable energy and discussion, but someone had to say it. And you knew it had to be said, even though they are going to act butthurt. They know that someone had to tell the truth. That person happened to be you, and you don't regret it. I definitely see a very like YOLO, I don't regret a thing kind of energy. So we have our runes here. This is a complete set of runes. And what I'm going to do now is intuitively pick a rune for you, intuitively allow us to receive a rune message to add into your reading and see what else pops up for the next 30 days for you. Oh, okay. So here we have this very, very interesting looking rune. Let's just zoom in for you. So this rune is actually the rune of, allow for me to identify and jog my memory. This is the rune of Ingus. This is the rune of fertility, of growth. I want you to know that when this rune shows up, this is actually showing us that the next 30 days, they're very fertile. So you're going to want to take necessary precautions. You're going to want to make sure that, you know, nothing unwanted happens, no unwanted teen pregnancies. And it's funny because I am, you know, in my later 20s, and if I were to get pregnant, it would feel like an unwanted teen pregnancy right now at this very moment of me recording this. So you guys don't hold me to it one day when I have kids, or if I have kids, and tell them that this was an unwanted teen pregnancy. But you guys get the vibe. So just make sure that you're aware of this. Of course, if pregnancy is something you're interested in, this is great news. Otherwise, please don't say I didn't tell you so. So here we have Nautis. Nautis does represent a kind of delay that's coming towards you. And just because there is a delay, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. I see this delay within the Ouroboros and investing in yourself. And it's not a bad thing, because sometimes, for example, if you want to do a yoga teacher training and you want to do it in person, the retreat may be open for applicants to sign up now, but it may not take place until a couple months down the line, or even a year from now. But that doesn't mean that you can't already secure your spot, put your deposit down, and make sure that you actually do it. Let's move just a little further into your reading. Group number 2. Okay, so the next rune that we have received for you is Othala. Othala is the rune of the goddess of property, of home, and of plenty. So the next 30 days give you a sensation of feeling more abundant than you ever were in the past. And this is especially true growing up, not having everything that you desired, having some friends around you who had more fancy things in their life. Their parents gave them whatever they wanted. They spent more money on them. They had more time maybe for them even as well. And I do just want you to know here that finally actually being that person that doesn't have to deny themselves of their wishes and their wants, it makes you feel proud in a way. Part of you also feels a little sad for younger you, for baby you, because you wish that you would have experienced some of these things earlier on, and that you didn't necessarily have to do these things for yourself, and that you too were blessed with a situation where your family was able to give you these experiences. And the next 30 days of your life, I want you to know here that there will also be a sign, a symbol from your guides in the form of a nest, perhaps with a baby or an egg, a bird's nest, that you will find that you need to protect. Okay, so if the bird's nest has fallen down, put it back up somewhere safely. If you see the baby chick is on the ground, please gently put it back into the nest if you can. Make sure that it survives to the best of your ability. Don't ignore this sign from Spirit to help, because helping, showing generosity, showing care is the key to abundance. Okay, that opens the floodgates here to the hunter moon. Perhaps that's something that you would do regardless of receiving this message within your reading. But I just wanted to reiterate to you that in the next 30 days, there will be a creature of another species that needs help from you. And providing that help, rather than saying you don't have time, or you don't want to, or you're not sure about it, is what is actually also going to put things into perspective and create more balance for you internally, because it feels good when you care. It feels good when you do something kind without anyone watching, without any kind of recognition, without anyone giving you like a pat on the shoulder and saying to you, oh, you did this amazingly well. You don't need that, because you just know you're kind and giving and caring. So I want to add some letters into your reading just for some extra clarity for you. Group number 2, so we have B. All right. Another thing that Spirit wants to say to you very clearly is that bees will show up. So when you see bees in the next 30 days, these are your signs of not just being diligent, persistent, disciplined, and working hard. Everybody knows that that's what bees stand for and represent, because they do really work hard and tirelessly, just like ants as well. But I want you to know here within the bee that it also represents finding your tribe and nurturing that tribe and that hive. All right. So giving back to those closest to you, giving back to those who were there for you, even when you know, all right, their cup is already full, just reminding them you're here. You're always available. And I want you to know here in the bee, and being the hardworking one, being the busy bee, that also does allude here with the waning crescent one, that you've got to give yourself protection too. Being a busy bee means you have to protect yourself. That extra mile, you have to give yourself that extra effort of self-care. I am actually going to go to a pool 2 days from now here in Zurich, Switzerland, to chill, to work from there, and to give myself protection and self-care and relaxation. And I want you to know here with the bee and protection and the representation here of what we have in Ingus is that it's important that you protect yourself in order to also preserve your fertility, in order to also preserve your health. Because one thing that happens when you're not healthy, one of the first things that goes is your fertility, is your ability to procreate, is your ability to be fertile in the sense of having a child and even being able to grow that child. So it's really important that you keep those stress levels down, just for preservation of your body too, for preservation of your goddess energy, and of the fact that, you know, in order for growth to take place positively, like growing more muscles, if you have been working out to grow muscles, so you're not, in a sense, like sometimes I feel skinny fat, for example. That's why I'm putting on muscle. Maybe you just want to be more defined. Maybe you want to shed some weight. I mean, whatever your goals are, muscles preserve us from aging badly. I just want you to know here, in correspondence to the bee and protection and working hard, it's really your time to get those gains these next 30 days. Eat a lot of proteins. There are so many ways you can get proteins, even if you're vegetarian or plant-based. You guys know I've been plant-based for like 11 years, and there are so many wonderful alternatives and ways to get a lot of protein in your diet, even more than you would in a very standard kind of diet with meat and dairy. So remember, there's no excuse. No matter what kind of diet you're on, no matter what point of life that you're in, protein also doesn't have to be expensive. There are a lot of high quality sources of protein that you can get that are not expensive and that are easy to make and to cook with. Now, my gorgeous soul of group number 2, I am going to clear and cleanse the space and then come back for us to delve more deeply into the next 30 days of your life. Do leave a bee emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you are part of group 2. And you're a real one. You've watched all the way up until this point. So the bee emoji in the comment section is the only way myself and others would know that you're part of the bee squad. And you don't have to do anything else. Just continue to lean back, relax, and enjoy as I clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll get right back into your prediction and delve more deeply into the messages that you have got to receive about the next 30 days from the point of you clicking, watching, and tuning into your psychic reading right here. Welcome back, my gorgeous soul. So let's delve even more deeply into the next 30 days for you. We've got our divination board out, and I can't wait for us to uncover some more info on what's coming towards you within these next 30 days. Okay, so we've got the number 1. I want you to know that the number 1 also corresponds to January. The number 1 is a number of leadership. It's a number of putting yourself first. It's a number of being the number 1 within these next 30 days, hence why I'm going to put it here on the month of January, as it does resonate with the month of January. So let's move a little more deeply into it. Then we also have this very interesting sign here. In case you didn't know, this represents the North Node, and the North Node in your natal chart represents the unique direction that each and every one of us are being called to explore and ultimately also to become. So it may be something that you know, it may be something that you're already familiar with, but I want you to know here that connecting this to the number 1 shows us that what you are meant to become is the leader. What you're meant to become is the person who is in charge. And I want us to delve a little more deeply into this so we can figure out precisely what you're in charge of, shall we? So I just put the North Node here next to the number 1. We'll also add some letters into this reading. Okay, so we have L, O, O, and D. All right, so lewd, dual. This is a very, very interesting combo. And then we have G as well. Okay, so we are getting good. That's a very, very clear sign that we've got here. We've got good and then L. L is representative of lightness. Good L. I'm getting this good life vibe. Good L. And also your North Node actually attracting you to living your best life. Your North Node being fully within the meaning of, you know what? My purpose in this lifetime is to just live it as good and as well as I possibly can. So let's delve a little more deeply into it. We also have some charms here. One charm represents this kind of sign of a diamond, if you will. We also have our glasses, and we've got a tree, which looks like a tree of life. So I want you to know here that the next 30 days, you're going to be polishing and under pressure. That's why we've got the diamond, right? Diamonds are created through a lot of pressure. And then here with the glasses, we have you studying, we have you looking at texts, we have you learning. And the tree shows us it's because you are actually studying, learning in order to use that to further your career and also to make your family and your ancestors very proud. So under pressure, you become a diamond. Right now, you're a diamond in the rough. By the end of the next 30 days, you will shine bright like a diamond. It's funny, it's like that Rihanna song, isn't it? So I want you to know here that what this corresponds to for you, group number 2, is a lot of taking in information in the next 30 days, a lot of learning, a lot of growing intellectually, and then being rooted in that growth and using that in order to create a better future for yourself. So all of this learning isn't in vain. All of this learning isn't just something that's here to torture you, but at the end of the day, it is actually going to help you create that good life of yours. So remind yourself that every time you feel stuck in a learning circuit, every time you feel as though, oh, why do I need to deal with this? Why do I need to learn this? It is actually here to serve a purpose, and it will serve you more than you thought at the end of the day. The first quarter moon shows us that you've got your sights set on something new by the end of these 30 days, which is a good sign because that means that you will have already been able to achieve some things in 30 days that you didn't think would be done so quickly. This also corresponds to the number 9, which is close to completion, as the number 10 represents completion in the minor arcanas within tarot. So this number in numerology is also a number of the seeker. It's a number of someone who is insatiable when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to learning, higher learning. And the last quarter moon shows us here that in the next 30 days, you will be spending time with someone who has wrinklier skin than you, all right? Someone older, someone who is a family member of yours, someone that you're close to, that is part of the elderly community, because you also see here that at some point in the future, you're going to wish that you'd had spent more time with them. And I do also want you to know here in the first quarter moon that looking forward to the future, looking forward to what is yet to come, is actually an amazing way to set your sights on new goals. Setting your sights on new goals, being here with this hot air balloon situation, it shows that you're courageous, you're a little ballsy, so to say. So you're not going to give up very quickly with your dreams. Perhaps here in the waning crescent 3, surrendering means surrendering to conquering these new dreams. That's why surrender is showing up, because you're surrendering to the fact that you will never be just a stay-at-home who doesn't have this inclination to do something, to start a business, to source this product that you bought that was completely overpriced, to offer a service, to show your family what you're capable of, and to not necessarily even do it for money, but just because you're a little bit of a busy bee. All right, group number 2, you're the type of person who doesn't like to just sit around and do nothing. And it really does reflect in your actions, and it really does reflect in the fact that you don't take no for an answer. Once you receive a no, to you, that's just the beginning of the negotiations. Now, the Empress corresponds to the number 3. The Empress represents fertility. It represents you being in a spot where, yeah, you're happy to grow, you're happy to increase in every sense your streams of revenue, you're happy to grow on an emotional level. And the Empress shows us here that there is a glow up taking place in the next 30 days, because this good life just looks really good on you too, my gorgeous soul of group number 2. So the Empress shows us here that we also have this strong kind of motherly energy, creative energy. The Empress corresponds to the sign of Venus, and it represents both internal and external beauty. And in the Hanged Man reversed, you're getting up and you're moving a lot more. So those 10K steps a day, my gorgeous soul of group number 2, doing it with ease. It's not even a question. It's not even something challenging. You just know that this is part of your hot girl routine, your hot person routine, depending on who you identify as, of course. And it just goes without say. Of course, you walk 10K steps per day. Of course, you take care of your body. Of course, you look hot. Of course, you're fit. I mean, what else are you going to do, group number 2? So I definitely see that the next 30 days are about being in your most creative and beautiful energy inside and out. The next 30 days are about being undeniably more attractive than you've ever been. We also have long hair and an hourglass figure. That's one thing that you're working towards. I want you to know this is your confirmation that you're actually getting up and doing something about it. I also got some new supplements the other day too that help with hair growth, that helps with making sure that your skin stays plump and youthful and firm and actually retains its elasticity. So for me, that is part of my Empress routine. I'm also starting to do ab workouts, which I used to absolutely despise. And now I gotta say, I'm almost at a place where I'm a little bit into this feeling of a slightly sore core. Wow, that's a bit of a tongue twister, a slightly sore core. And that just being a reminder that, yeah, I'm working on it, I'm tightening it, I'm strengthening myself. And not only does that mean you're gonna look better and feel better, but the health aspect of actually being toned and taking care of your body and building muscle is what is the driving force for you to take this better care of yourself and go through this glow up. And the Hermit shows that it's like you have been a little bit in the shadows, but at the end of these 30 days, it's over for the people who saw your potential and were always afraid of your potential, because this glow up, you are going to be out here showing off this new summer bod. You're going to be out here showing off just how hard you worked on yourself, also mentally, to the point where you're not afraid to say goodbye to people. You're not afraid to be like, okay, I've got a good life, and you have a good day, sir. You have a good day, madam, because I don't have time for any kind of childish arguments. I don't have time for anything that is not actually increasing my ability to feel good about life. I don't have time for any negativity, point blank, period. So the Hermit definitely shows us here with the Empress and the Hanged Man reversed. There are some really big changes coming in the next 30 days to your external and your internal landscape. And the Hanged Man reverse shows us that you're ready now. And being ready is something that rarely happens, but you are right now, group number 2. You're ready to embark on this next chapter, into this next journey during the upcoming 30 days. And this glow up is one like we've never seen before. I am also getting you going to an optician, okay, just making sure that your eyes are in good shape, going for a health checkup, because while you feel amazing, you also just want the reassurance. You also just want to know everything is really fine with you. I also want you to know with the last quarter moon, why we may be getting this message too is because you're taking a family member to the doctors in the next 30 days to support them. And also that way, here in the waning crescent 3, they can surrender to the situation and be in the moment and take all of their tests in a carefree manner, because you're there, you're supporting, you are making sure that they are in good company, maybe even driving them if they have to go to the optician because they may get some drops in their eyes, so then they might not be allowed to actually drive. So you're just helping out in that way, and it feels good. It feels like it is now your time to do this. It feels like a type of responsibility that actually fulfills you, that actually is part of your love language. So doing this makes you feel good about yourself while also being able to support someone else. Now, group number 2, I am going to clear and cleanse the space, and we'll delve even more deeply into this. All you need to do is continue to lean back, relax, and enjoy, and I'll be right back to guide you even more deeply into your prediction. Welcome back, group number 2. So let's move a little more deeply into the next 30 days of yours. How are you doing? How are you feeling? You guys know that I absolutely love to connect with all of you on a deeper level. So if you want insight every single day, make sure that you follow me on Instagram, and also check out my daily reading subscription that I have just begun offering, where every single day you receive a personalized tarot reading. It is between 5 to 15 minutes in length every single day. And you also have access to exclusive videos that you can only find in the members only section, and members only podcast, and lots of members only PDFs and so forth to help you on your journey to healing, to growing, and to manifesting your dream life. So first up, we've got the Queen of Coins and the Four of Coins in this segment of your reading. Now, the Queen of Coins is indicative of the fact that within the next 30 days, you are going to be holding up your finances with great pleasure, with relaxation. And here in the Four of Coins, I see that you're also going to be saving a lot of coins. The Four of Coins represents being frugal, being thoughtful about how you spend your money, and making sure that you're not overspending, making sure that you're taking amazing care of yourself financially as well. The Queen of Coins represents someone who is 100% happy with where they are financially, but to go from the Queen of Coins to the King of Coins, there's that extra edge that you can implement just in order to give yourself that boost to the life that you want of financial freedom and abundance. And I see here that in correlation to the Four of Coins, part of how you're already increasing your net worth and your income, as dramatic as it sounds for the next 30 days, but you really can increase your net worth even in just 30 days. You are looking at ways how you can create assets for yourself. Assets generate money for you. They make you richer. They give you more income without you having to spend more on them. So they make more for you than you have to actually spend on them, so they're not a liability. So an asset could be, for example, a Patreon channel. It could be a YouTube channel with content that's evergreen. These videos are assets. It could be a book. It could be purchasing a business, perhaps even stocks. I definitely see here that for the next 30 days, you are more interested in that, leaving a legacy, building a legacy, doing something that's financially sane and sound, rather than just spending money on frivolous shopping or so on. I see that you've kind of outgrown that phase. Of course, there are things that you just need. There are just basic human rights here, okay? Whether that's lip gloss, whether that is going for some spontaneous shopping every now and then, okay? These are basic necessities that you every now and then may want. Maybe it's even splurging on high-end beverages such as matcha lattes instead of indulging in more stuff that's also physically going to clutter your space. And I see here within the Hierophant that you've just come to this point where it's clear to you that life is so much more than stuff. Life is so much more than harboring a lot of things that you possibly won't even need. The Hierophant is a card that shows us in the next 30 days, you are going to kind of retract from this group identification vibe, from conforming with others, from conforming to the norm and to society, and you're making your own norm. The thing here is that when it comes to conventionality, you've never really fit into how people conventionally are or think. You've always been a little different, and you've always had a little bit of this smiling cat vibe within you that for some, they just don't get it. They don't understand you or how you've come to be this way. And sometimes there's not even any point in trying to explain, because some people also, they don't want to learn, they don't want to get it. And it's best for you to really just focus on the fact that, yeah, you're different, and how can you bank on that? How can you actually create a life of your dreams based on the fact that you are different and you do just have a different set of courage and a different set of balls, so to say, than anyone else? Now, the Two of Cups, which we received next for your reading, is actually a sign that your love life is going to be on fire in these next 30 days. The Two of Cups is a card of romantic love, of caring, of giving to one another, of being in love. And the Two of Cups also shows us here that there is just this vibe of togetherness, mutual respect, and pouring into one another's cups. And it doesn't matter whose cup we pour into, because we're filling up each other's cups. That is the kind of energy we're getting here in the next 30 days. So relationships that are reciprocal, relationships where you're not the only one who's giving, where you're actually also receiving, and it feels fair. It feels as though, you know what, this is actually a dynamic that is sustainable. Because I do see that so often here in the Four of Coins, you have been in relationship dynamics that were not sustainable for the long term. So you always being the one texting them, reaching out, making sure that you don't lose contact, and then the moment that you actually thought, okay, let me test this, let me just stop writing them, they literally didn't reach out to you ever again. And it's like, wow, so that's how it really is. I see that here in the Four of Cups. Literally, Spirit is right here with us and communicating that, yeah, that can make you feel lonely. That can make you feel like, really, I didn't even matter. That's the expression we have here in the Four of Cups. But the thing is that I want you to remember, you can be the entire package. You can be the most incredible human being. But if you're at the wrong address, it won't be seen as valuable. Like, you won't be cherished in the way that you should be. And there are wrong addresses on planet Earth for you to be sent to. So we need to make sure that those are not the places that you go. Those are not the people that you hang out with. Do you know here that the dolphin in the background holding up this cup, it's actually symbolic of happiness? of like not worrying, but instead being happy. So I want you to know here that the Four of Cups isn't all about feeling like isolated or lonely or thinking about the past and letting that define how you feel for the next 30 days, but instead to remind yourself, hey, this is amazing that I've realized I can be the entire package, and there will still be people who would have preferred a lesser package, and that's cool. That's not where I need to be. I will be where I'm celebrated, not where I'm tolerated. Next up here within the Two of Wands, for you, group 2, I see you getting really excited for your future in the next 30 days with this romantic prospect that we've got over here that we spoke about in the Two of Cups. So looking at the future, already fantasizing about a wedding day, about kids, about what it will be like moving in together, having pets together. We have the laughing cat, right? So I want you to know that when it comes to pets, for one, we have the laughing cat, then we also have the rabbit. And I want you to understand here that looking into the future, for one, this kind of daydreaming, it can be therapeutic, it can be beautiful, it can be like an escape from reality, really. But it can also feed into a little bit more delulu than we should be feeding into. So be mindful of that and indulge in these daydreams to have fun with them. Indulge in these daydreams to just feed your mind some beautiful images, but try to not get so attached to it actually coming out in that specific way. Don't get so attached to the outcome that you end up having a little bit of this pushy energy within you subconsciously towards whoever you are dating, because they will feel that. They will sense that the energy is not necessarily desperate, but just very pushy for commitment, and that can have a resemblance with desperate energy. And remember, desperate energy is a repellent for anyone romantically speaking. Next up here within Be Authentic, your guides want you to be real. They want you to take off the mask, and they want you to stop trying to fit in to spaces that are too small for you. Stop trying to fit into rooms in which people just do not see you for who you are, because masking who you are just to fit in, it will always feel strange. It will always feel like something is off, both for you and the people that you're dealing with. So your guides in the next 30 days are urging you to take your mask off and show who you truly are. However that is, for some, taking a mask off means putting something on, as we have depicted here, because that's a true you. For some of us, taking our mask off means revealing how we really feel, how opinionated that we truly are about, for example, the dynamic in the workplace, how we really feel about human rights, how we really feel about the rights of marginalized groups of society. Being authentic and not being afraid to have an opinion is actually the recipe for success and for very strong bonds with other people, because when you have no opinion and you're just kind of a blank canvas, there's nothing to work with. There's nothing to go off of, right? People may think, oh yeah, you're nice, but you don't really invoke emotion to a deep kind of level or degree. And that's also a huge aspect in being authentic in your career that Spirit is trying to say to you will help you to differentiate yourself from other artists and other creatives. Because when you're being authentic and opinionated and you're not afraid to share, people will be able to connect with you on a very special plane. And knowing that they can connect with you and that you are an authentic person and that they can relate to you, that will always set you apart from others. So if you do create content as well, and that's something that you're attempting to do for a living, or you're even currently doing for a living, be authentic, have a strong opinion, share how you truly feel, and remind yourself that the more authentic you are, the more you will be loved, even if it feels cringy and uncomfortable at the beginning. Now, Spirit also wants you to connect with nature, especially if you haven't been out there in a while, because sometimes we can forget how healing being out in nature can truly be. We can forget how grounding even just a little 15 or 20 minute walk truly is. And also, how restorative it is to our systems, because I think often we don't even realize that we've got so many little pockets of time and we fill them with scrolling through social media, and then 15 minutes is over just like that. And it's like, if you really had to, you also could have scrolled on a walk, and on top of that gotten some cardio and some steps in and some fresh air. But ideally, you would just remind yourself, okay, I typically tend to have this routine of scrolling mindlessly at this point of the day or at this point. Why don't I take a walk? Why don't I go get an extra coffee? Why don't I go and do something healthy, such as stretch, such as give myself a little meditation, even if it's just 5 to 10 minutes, and see how much more you're able to do with your time when you're actually mindful of all of these little pockets that you usually would just, I don't want to say waste, but use in a way that you and I know is probably not the most healing, most productive way for you to use these pockets of time. And they really add up. If you do that just 4 times a day for 15 minutes, I mean, we're already at 1 hour that you have quote unquote wasted or evaporated by just scrolling social media, by not even being present. So your guides really want you in the next 30 days to focus on your energy and focus on where your retention and your energy goes, because that is gold. That is something that is irreplaceable. That is actually so invaluable. So the value is so immeasurable of energy, because that's exactly how the workforce, for example, how it even functions, through people's energy, through people being there and putting in the work to get paid. That's the compensation. But imagine if nobody wanted to spend their energy working anymore. If the compensation wasn't lucrative enough to get anyone to spend their energy working in facilities around the world, there would be no billionaires, there would be no one who is quote unquote in power, who has this hierarchy of being able to force others to get some sort of job to be able to sustain themselves. So just know here that energy is what's really valuable. Energy is actually what these big companies run off of, what they are purchasing from us. And if we don't give that anymore, everything were to collapse. I mean, not that it would be better, right? Because we also need, for example, pharmacies in order for a lot of us to live, to survive, to have medical care and attention. We need grocery stores, we need some sort of food supplies, we need agriculturists, and it's really important that we also remember that in many ways the systems that we have in place do sustain us, but they could probably be structured in a better way. Now, next up within sweetness, the next 30 days, I want you to be authentic about the sweets that you actually really want. So on a very lighter note, on a way more fun note for you, group number 2, be authentic about some of the sweets you've been missing for a really long time. It can be a specific like lemon, poppy seed, tart, and cake, for example. It can be that pistachio ice cream that you just love but you can't get a hold of very often. Like, give yourself that, and rather than just kind of making yourself feel temporarily okay by replacing the sweetness you really want with something that is basically like Splenda, something that is basically just like an artificial sweetness, give yourself the real sweetness. Just do it in a manner where you're not like overindulging. Do it in a manner how you can say, you know what, I had some of this sweetness that I really wanted, and I'm good now. I had it, I indulged in it, and I know I can have it anytime again. I think that's the key factor, when you know that it's openly available to you and it's not quote unquote a forbidden fruit. And indulge a little bit, because spirit can see that you have been depriving yourself, because group number 2, anxiety around this, especially if you've had ED tendencies. Your body image might be something that you struggle with. Maybe you don't always feel great about your body and its appearance. I just want you to know here, it makes a lot of sense as to why sweetness might cause some of this anxiety, but also remember, when there's anxiety, there's usually something that you can look at with curiosity and ask yourself, why am I anxious here? Why is there something here that is making me feel imbalanced? And what can I do in order to get back into balance? How can I kind of find peace with this quote unquote sweetness to temper my anxiety down. So I no longer go through these intervals of feeling really anxious, but instead I understand why the trigger is there and I work through the trigger rather than allowing the trigger to control me. Now, this is a huge, huge topic of reflection in the next 30 days, and I also see a huge topic of reflection being forbidden foods. Again, any of you who have ED tendencies or have dealt with an ED, I want you to understand within reflection that it is an ongoing state of reflection. It's an ongoing state of checking in with yourself. I don't think you're ever fully healed or over it, because remember the time where you were ED free and you never even thought about food in any weird way. Food was just food. There was no calories. There was no percentages of fat, of protein. There was no, portions that were going to make you bloated or fat that you feared. There were no fear foods or forbidden foods. And once you've had that, it's never quite reversible. Your brain cannot undo knowing, all right, this food is more healthy, this food isn't, this food is high in fat, this one's low in sodium, this one's high in protein, this one's low in fat. You get what I'm trying to say? So it is just like a constant working with yourself, a constant healing process, and learning to live with this knowledge in a way that does not impede your happiness. Learning to live with the knowledge that you have, because sometimes knowledge can be a curse and it can really make us a lot more nervous. Learning to live with it, knowing at the end of the day, I'm also only human, and looking around the room, remembering most people don't have this knowledge, so they don't have this anxiety, and use your knowledge to your advantage rather than your knowledge causing you more anxiety. Let's move a little more deeply into it. Okay, so Spirit is calling us to this message. Exactly. This is what Spirit wants to reiterate. We have confirmation here. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, guides, for this gentleness reminder. This is at the core of the next 30 days for you. I love the soft pinks, the soft purples. By the way, this is my Wild Muse Oracle deck, you guys. It is almost sold out of the second edition, the second reprint, I believe, and I'm not sure if we're going to reprint. So if you want this deck, make sure that you check it out. It's on my website, Bow Life. It comes in this huge collector's box, and if there is stock on Amazon, you can also order it on Amazon, actually. So coming back here to gentleness, I want you to understand gentleness is something that you can learn. Gentleness is something that if you didn't have it as a kid, and it's been missing in a lot of your interpersonal relationships, quite literally speaking, get yourself a feather, get yourself a feather of your choice. Maybe you'll find one outside that you can sanitize. Maybe there's one that you can order. I want you to use that feather and just kind of pat yourself all over with it and feel what gentleness is really like on the skin as you allow the feather to just brush over the surface of your skin, and you feel the gentleness, you feel the caressing feeling, and in a way it is warm and fuzzy. In a way it is a really sweet, caring type of feeling. So that is a great way for you to move into the energy of gentleness physically, which will help you to make that shift mentally and emotionally as well. So gentleness is something that your guides and spirit can see the next 30 days. That's your job. Be gentle with you and learn to confront and enjoy and indulge in what you were once fearful of again. You're ready for it. I know sometimes it feels like it's premature. I know sometimes you may feel like you're not quite ready, you're not quite there, but group number 2, you are. Why are you holding out on yourself and your progress? You don't need to. Group number 2, I am now going to clear and cleanse the space again, and we will continue on more deeply into your reading. Let me know below in the comment section that you're still here enjoying your reading by leaving a feather emoji below. That's the only way anyone would know that you're part of group number 2 and that you're still here, that you're a real one, that you're still with us within the reading. And if you are not yet subscribed to my channel, make sure that you do subscribe to never miss out on another prediction, because clearly we vibe with one another. So group number 2, just hold on tight and I'll be right back to guide you even more deeply into your 30-day prediction. Hello, group number 2. Welcome back. So let's delve a little more deeply into your reading, shall we? So let's see what your guides have to say about the next 30 days, because I can sense that there's still more for us to uncover here. All right, so we've got call your energy back to you. Now, what your guides are trying to say to you about the next 30 days is that your energy has been scattered. We've also got master number 44, which is a number of supreme groundedness, which is a number of stability, as that's what in numerology the number 4 pertains to. This number showing up twice shows us that that is what will create more stability for you. The thing is, your energy has been spread kind of all across your life. It's just all over the room, basically. So you've got a little bit of energy with a legal case that you're dealing with, a little bit of energy with an ex, a situationship, a little bit of energy with a toxic family member. You get the picture, group number 2. And I want you to know here, when you call your energy back to you and you're kind of sitting in this tub, in this pool that's filled with energy that you didn't know was just out there floating around, and now you can use it for you. It's just such a beautiful, powerful, cleansing type of vibe and energy that you can sense is here and that you can now finally access, and where you no longer have to feel like you don't have enough time in your day to do all of the things that you need to do. You don't have enough resources to actually live the life of your dreams. I want you to know that it's all possible. It's all something that you're capable of. It's all part of your natural abilities. And I see here within emotions, we've got a message of honoring the flow of all the emotions. And even when you're feeling very sensitive in the next 30 days about realizing in how many ways you've poured out energy, or in how many ways you have allowed subconsciously for your energy and your attention to be with things that you can't change by allowing that to happen. You might feel like, oh my God, I wasted so much of my time, I wasted so much of myself. But remind yourself that this is the journey of being a human being. We quote unquote waste time, but none of it is wasted, because it's all a lesson, it's all a learning, it's all being taught by our guides, by the universe, by life. It's all knowledge that we're acquiring bit by bit. So it's okay to cry, it's okay to feel emotional, it's okay to also feel starry-eyed when you see, wow, this is what I've been doing, quote unquote, wrong, and actually this means that I can do so much better moving forward. And I want you to also just have this sensitivity of knowing your worth and your value, and knowing one thing I'm getting here, and call your energy back to you. Okay, any situationships, any connections with other people where you feel in your heart, you feel intuitively like you're not being honored enough, and in a way they're not respecting you that much, let me tell you something, my gorgeous soul of group number 2, you are most likely right. You are most likely hitting the nail right on the head. And what you have to do is actually look around, and don't even look too far, okay? Just listen to your big sis. Like, literally, there are people out here, and I'm not going to say if I belong to those or not, who have individuals come all the way from across the globe, from, for example, Australia to Switzerland, to meet you for a first date, who fly you out to take you on a surprise birthday trip, okay? For example. It's just an example, group number 2. And you're crying over someone who barely even has a birth certificate. You want to cry over someone who doesn't even like care about themselves, let alone you. Okay, we've also got the letters L and E, and then we have a blank space. Like, please, group number 2, remember your worth, remember your value, remember what people out here are getting, how people out here are being treated, okay? And then we have I as well as G. So one thing that I'm getting here is, oh, okay, so there's Lieg, which is German for lie, and there's also Geil, which is German for like awesome, amazing, super cool. And it also has like a little edge of profanity to it in German, where like it also means like someone being really attractive, really quote unquote sexy. I hate the word sexy, but I had to say it so that you guys can really get the vibe of what geil means in German. So don't forget, you are super geil, okay? You are hot. You are the moment, group number 2. And in OO, all right, people are just oogling over you, okay? People are just literally looking like that. You know the emoji with like the 2 really big eyes, and people are just staring, but they're at loss for words. They don't even know what to do, how to speak, how to react. Yes, that is you, group number 2, and I want you to open your eyes to this. I want you to actually become aware of the fact that when you're confident, you believe in you see yourself as the moment, you actually become the moment, okay? Group number 2, this is not a joke. This is not just some woo-woo manifestation thing. It is scientifically proven that people love others who are extremely confident, who believe in themselves, who love themselves. Your energy becomes magnetic. And it's time for these next 30 days to transform you from the inside out to believing just how hot that you are. I see here within the wax and gibbous too, you've got a little bit of fear of being too much or of coming across as cocky. We have here this version of you that feels captured, that can see the light but is a little afraid of it, right? We have that here in someone who is kind of sitting and has got their heads on their knees. And then we have this version that's out here that's unafraid, where all of the birds are out of the cage, and you've got them kind of like tied on leashes or leads, if you will. And I want you to understand here that the version of you that comes out from the fear, from the living in, oh, but what will people think? Will people think I've changed? Will people think I'm too much? If you have to think that, let me tell you, the too much version that you have in your head, I already know it's not going to be too much, group number 2, because someone who is too much wouldn't even think to themselves, is this too much? Am I being too over the top? Am I being too conceited? Am I being narcissistic? Am I being self-centered? Someone who is actually a narcissist, someone who is actually conceited, they don't care. They're not going to think that far. They're not going to wonder how they make other people feel. Please, group number 2, as my Nigerian brothers and sisters would say, I beg you, please stop this. Like, I'm literally begging you to stop. So within the full moon, remember your power. Like, literally our guides are here. Your angels are communicating so clearly. We went from fear to power. As I was speaking, as I was explaining to you, you can tell how these cards are meant to be. You see me shuffling right before you. You can't make this up. Next up, we've got power. And this is really your guide saying to you, stop with the fear, enter the realm of power. Enter the time of being the most powerful version of yourself that you've ever been. Because group number 2, you have been the one who has put up with ish for long enough. And now it's time for that to stop. Now it's time for this to be over and for you to step into your main character realm again. Okay, so next up, what we've got here is Capricorn. So within Capricorn, I want you to know this is a very hardworking earth sign, and this Capricorn placement in the full moon is indicative of the fact that Capricorns and them being within a moon sign actually makes for the best placement for you to connect with in the next 30 days. Then we also have the number 5. The number 5 will be of importance in the next 30 days, such as sending out 5 job applications before you hit success. 5 different answers that are going to make sure that you pass that test. 5 different people that you're in touch with within the next 30 days that will change your life for the better. 5 is the number of energy. For one, we've got master number 44, which I explained to you is the number of stability. But the number of taking action for you for the next 30 days is the number 5, and it is also Capricorn energy. Capricorn energy is ambitious while still being reasonable. It's very disciplined, very structured, very effective. That's what moves you into your power, and you have to kind of break the habit of being yourself. Overcoming being you means that if usually you would stand before a task and it would stress you out and you wouldn't be able to do it, or you would procrastinate it till tomorrow, let's just say doing your taxes. Overcoming the habit of being yourself means that you're rewiring your brain to not go into fight or flight mode as soon as you think of this uncomfortable task and to then avoid it and make yourself small, but instead to rewire it into what would happen if I were to just start and do it. And fear that I have, which is actually just a figment of my imagination, because it's not like the taxes will actually hurt me. It's not like any of these tasks will actually physically harm me. So the fear that I have remaining a fabrication, and instead of allowing that fear to take hold of me and to hold me ransom, basically, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to detach the fear from being part of my reality and part of my existence, part of my mechanism, and instead I'm just going to go to taking the action. Instead, I'm going to rewire my brain to see this as an opportunity to get this done and move on with my life, because I have to do it sooner rather than later anyways. What's the point in procrastinating it and allowing it to be attached to the emotion of fear? So once you detach the emotion of fear from the actual task ahead of you that is causing this emotion to stir up, to bubble up, all of a sudden it is no more so intimidating. All of a sudden, it's no more so big and scary. All of a sudden, you no longer feel as though, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start. So the Hierophant shows us here that your guides want you once again to educate yourself also on how your mind works. There are so many great individuals that can help you do so in a very magnetic and playful way. I, for example, love Dr. Joe Dispenza. I'm literally just reading his book, Overcoming the Habit of Being Yourself, or Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. I'm not sure exactly what the title is, but as you can see, it is inspiring me to share with you my findings, my learnings from Dr. Joe's teachings. In the Hierophant, another great way for you to learn is through other YouTubers who you feel give you information in a way that you can easily digest it and that's enjoyable for you to watch and that's encouraging. The Ten of Swords shows us here that the next 30 days will have you at your limit mentally in a good way, because you're actually learning so much. It's almost like going back to school when you had a lot of big exams and you had to cram all the knowledge in like the night before, and there's like some stress, some anxiety, some fear. Are you going to make it? Are you not going to make it? But sometimes a little bit of that drama was also exciting, and it also showed you just how much you can learn, how capable your brain is of cramming information in under pressure and when it needs to. And just in a sense, also in a sense, just how crazy powerful that your mind is, and how much you can truly do in a day or in a night if you want to. When you think back at those times where you were so busy, you had exams, you had hobbies, you had a private life you attempted to have, and then you realize, you know what? I'm capable of so much, and so much learning and taking in. The High Priestess, literally, it is like our spirits are sitting right here and making sure that I am guided to the perfect cards as I shuffle and intuitively pull and lay the cards for you and intuitively pick the different decks. By the way, this is the Squid Cake Tarot deck, and this isn't sponsored. This is a deck that I purchased on my own that I just really love and I wanted to use within this reading, because I felt intuitively like it would bring the right messages. And we were just talking about knowledge. We were just talking about taking in. We were just talking about studying. And then the High Priestess appears in this deck studying with a book open on her lap. Now, the High Priestess corresponds to the number 2, and this is about learning. This is about taking in. This is about you also becoming aware of what's happening subconsciously within your mind. And when you become aware of the responses, of the mechanisms that you've been almost like a slave to for all of these years, because you have allowed fear and mechanisms to interfere with your power in some areas of your life, you're going to be like, never again. I owe it to myself to lead my best life. I owe it to myself to change my life right now. If you want a video that helps you go even more in depth about that, I literally just posted a video prior to this one on my channel, and it's called How to Change Your Life in 10 Steps. And I highly recommend that you watch it. I will link it in the description box as well, but you can literally find it on my channel just before this video. And it teaches you everything you need to know about changing your life. The responses have been amazing on that video, and it is a little different than a pick a card reading, but it is just as valuable, if not even more helpful, with all of the information being condensed in just a short, like 15-minute kind of video. So I want you to understand here also within the High Priestess that when you have been taking in a lot of information, when you learn a lot, so these next 30 days are going to be about taking in and learning and so on, you do become wise very quickly. You grow up in an instance, and your maturity levels continuing to increase and increase can sometimes also have certain friendships fall off because people start to realize you're not on the same wavelength, you don't think the same, you don't feel the way that they feel, and you're also not wanting to have kind of childish conversations or talk about things that don't really matter that much, that aren't very deep. So group number 2, don't be surprised if the more you learn, the more wise you become, the smaller your friend circle gets. Also, the fact that you are geil, the fact that you are very attractive, that is also off-putting to some friends because they don't want to feel as though they are lesser than when they're next to you. They don't want to feel that sense of competition, but that is a them problem, not a you problem. I do see here that you've got 3 moods, okay? We've got starry-eyed, we have very inspired, then we have focused here with the spiral, and then we have the crybaby vibes. We have the oversaturated with emotion. And I want you to know here that all emotions can be used in order to get power out of them, in order to get energy out of them, and to further enforce where you're going, what you're trying to accomplish, and your life goals and dreams. When I feel really down and out and sad and tired, I often use that energy and channel it into something that is helpful not just to me but also to others, because I don't like to leave that energy on the table. It is a waste. Energy is powerful in every way, whether you use it to write songs because you're going through it, whether you channel messages through tarot, divination, astrology, and oracles because you feel divinely connected, or whether you use your energy of frustration to actually put in the work at the gym to do those extra reps and to create a very strong dream body. Now, group number 2, these are the messages that I received for you for the upcoming 30 days of your life, and I really hope that you enjoyed them and that you found them insightful and that they resonated. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. Let me know how group number 2 suited you. If you watched all the way to the end, feel free to leave a full moon emoji below in the comment section. Actually, don't even feel free to do so. Do it, group number 2, because that will further manifest the powerful energy of the full moon. It will further solidify it into your energetic realm. We also have these 2 O's up here, which also we see, oh, excuse me, I just knocked over our little Capricorn sign here, which further actually is a symbol of the full moon, right? So this full moon energy, it's like this triple full moon. There might even be a super moon coming up very, very soon that you can manifest with, that you can connect with very deeply, my gorgeous soul of group number 2. So please leave that full moon emoji in the comment section, because that's the only way one would know that you're part of group 2 and you literally watched your entire reading. Thank you for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. Don't forget to check out the description box to access all of the different resources that I mentioned throughout this reading, as well as the video that I published as of recently on how you can change your life. So group 2, wherever you are in this world, know that I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of our upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. You chose the Runes for Modern Life deck, as well as this beautiful crystal pyramid in white and the stunning gold. This is your pyramid close up. Isn't it absolutely fabulous? I can totally see why you felt drawn to this group. It is sleek, it is regal, it is fancy, it is luxurious, it's beautiful. It's you, group number 3. So let's get into your reading to see precisely what's coming towards you in the next 30 days. So the countdown is on from the time of you tuning into your reading, as this is a timeless pick a card tarot reading. So let's see precisely what your guides can tell is coming towards you within the next 30 days. So first up, okay, we've got Algies as well as Isa. Now, these cards represent runes, and the rune of Isa is the rune of taking time to sleep, taking time to stand still, just as though you were in traffic. So you're on your way, of course, but in between, it's also fine for you to be in quote-unquote traffic and to take time to chill and relax. The next 30 days are about relaxing to overcome any blockages or challenges that you may have, because guess what? Algies represents protection. It is like a shield. It is self-defense. As you can see, we have a depiction of someone who seems to be in something like a tent outdoors. There's all these eyes. It's a little bit creepy vibes. And then here we've got the snake, and you are protecting yourself from what is on the outside. You're shielding yourself through being in this tent. I just want to say it's a carbon fiber tent, all right? And you are just staying put there until you know it is the right time for you to come out. Allow for me to just remake our little space here so we can see everything in great detail. Okay, let me just make sure you can see your cards. So here we go. The whole vibe here within Algies as well as Isa is that the next 30 days are about being strategic, working smarter, not harder. There are countless amounts of people on planet Earth who work really hard, but they still live below the poverty line. They still live a life that you wouldn't want. So it's important that you work smarter, that you plan ahead, that you see into the future, and quite literally going camping in the next 30 days, sleeping somewhere that is not your home. Okay, it could be a hotel, it could be a friend's house, it can be someone else's space, but the fact that you don't know it means, you know what, stay put, don't move forward, don't put yourself in a situation where there may be danger. So if you are camping, quite literally speaking, if you need to use the restroom in the middle of the night, stay put, stay parked until you have someone who can accompany you. If you're at someone else's house who you don't know, don't do anything silly, don't go home in the middle of the night, don't start doing things that you know can put you in a compromised position, but instead just give yourself time to evaluate situations. The next 30 days are about protecting yourself and not unnecessarily making decisions that you know are going to compromise your safety. Also staying in at night, not going out extremely late. That's what I see here within Algies that your guides would recommend for you to do, because at night is when some of these creepy crawlies come out, and some of them are human creepy crawlies as well. So next up, we've got Berkana. Now, in the next 30 days in Berkana, I can see here that there's going to be a new beginning when it comes to your living situation. So you will make the decision that the next 30 days are about either revamping your space or completely leaving your space. You might start by attempting to revamp and freshen up the energy, but then you're like, you know what? I need a change of scenery. I need travel. I need a new city. I need a new environment. I need to see something different. And this is a really fun endeavor. Within the next 30 days, there will also be some rearranging of your personal items, your personal belongings. There will be some reconfiguring your items in the sense of you are sorting and you're getting rid of what you no longer need, like donating it and selling it. And that creates space for you to live in, and also for new things if you desire new things. But I'm getting more of this minimalist approach of, instead of buying things because they're on sale, because they're an amazing deal, for example, just stopping, pausing, giving yourself a moment to ask yourself, do you really need this? Before you bring more things into your space and into your home. So protect yourself, group number 3. Also, I want to tell you something. Don't get mad at me. Do know here your big sis just wants you to be safe, and I want you to have all the information that you could possibly need about the next 30 days. So with Isa and Algies, I want you to check out your vehicle. If you own a vehicle, even if it's a bicycle, for example, anything that you use as a mode of transportation that is not public, make sure that you check it out, okay? That light that has been flickering, that emoji on the dashboard, figure out what it is and get it fixed before it turns into something more costly or even potentially dangerous. Do this for yourself, for peace of mind, and also to know that it's just done. I want you to understand here that when it comes to safety, sometimes we don't take it seriously. We kind of like put it off and we're like, yeah, I'll deal with it, I'll do it. And then we never come around to it because I also understand the cost implications. It's not a small thing for you to do or for you to deal with, but your safety and your peace should always come first. There is no price tag that is too high for you to actually have that be sane and in a positive space, okay? Like you actually being safe is what I'm trying to say. Now, the raven's head shows us the raven holding a pearl, and the raven is obsessed with anything that seems shiny, with anything that is valuable, with anything that seems expensive. So I do see in the next 30 days, your life is going to be on hold for a moment because there's something expensive and beautiful that you've seen. It's like a pair of earrings, a ring, a piece of jewelry, something shiny and small that you really want and that you really feel is going to be a great addition to your wardrobe, to your everyday life, and that will just make you really happy. I want you to also know here that you don't necessarily have to beg, borrow, and steal to get it, because I can sense that Spirit is going to tell us now exactly how you can get it with ease. Okay, we've got the sun. The sun represents being a leader, being someone that others admire, being an individual that a specific someone cannot live without. So actually getting this beautiful pearl, this beautiful item from someone who doesn't want to live without you because they see you as the sun, they see you as the giver of light. They see you as something that they just don't want to continue their existence without. So the sun, or shall we say Solis, is a representation of warmth and of life force that creatures cannot live without. If the sun were to somehow evaporate tomorrow, we would not do very well. Our health would start to deprecate because vitamin D is essential for us to live and survive with and to grow old with, as it's also important for your bone density and your overall health. So of course there are vitamin D supplements, but it's not the same, group number 3, and imagine the darkness we'd have to live in. Creepy. So I just want you to know here that being someone's son puts you in a position of power, and in the next 30 days, you will have the power to ask someone for what you want without having to be the raven who goes and gets it themselves, basically. There's a more refined way in which you can get what you desire, and you don't even have to work for it yourself, group number 3. So let's move a little more deeply into your reading, shall we? We have got the moon, so we have the sun and the moon. We've got the masculine and the feminine. The moon represents feminine energy. It corresponds to the number 4 in this deck. And the message here is, what if your strangeness is actually your brilliance? The moon gives you these power words: duality, hidden gem, and secret power. So your strangeness is actually your brilliance, is actually your superpower. The fact that you are imperfect is exactly what makes you perfect and is exactly what makes others like you so much. Have you ever kind of noticed that if someone is too perfect, right? Their face, their hair, their makeup, everything about them is just way too perfect. If they were to, for example, do a funny skit, like a comedy show, or when they are acting, when they're doing something where you need to feel emotion and you need to be able to relate and connect with them, you always connect more with the characters and the people who are slightly flawed, who are slightly imperfect, who are not too robotic, who are not too perfect in the sense of you feeling like there's just so much distance, there's ice, there's coldness. And I want you to know here that the things that you deem as imperfections are actually the things that others feel drawn towards. And also strangeness is something that comes from actually not even realizing how much you've glowed up until this point. So not even realizing how attractive you've become, because perhaps in middle school or high school you were bullied for your appearance and your different vibes, the fact that you were just a different human being. And sometimes that can be something that stays with us. Like, I feel like even to this day, sometimes that I still feel I'm chubby, I still feel like I'm very big, even though I'm not, because that's just my trauma. That's just what I was made to believe I should associate myself with. And of course, it's my responsibility to work through that trauma, but I just want you to know here that that is part of what can shape you and form you. And even in adulthood, even to being quite old, okay, quite progressed within life, you can still feel that way, because if you don't work through it, it's never going to just evaporate by itself or on its own. So your guides are trying to say to you, could you surrender just a bit more? Can you use these 30 days to just kind of surrender to your beauty? Just surrender a little bit more to your hidden power and your talents and what makes you so beautiful and different, because group number 3, unless you surrender to it, you will not be able to use it to your advantage. You have to fully immerse yourself by actually walking with your head held high. What is your posture like right now as you're watching this video? Are you slumped? Or are you looking confident in yourself? Are you hunched over? Or is your back straight? Are you putting off this energy of confidence and self-love? Or are you watching this and feeling a little small? So I want to encourage you to step out of feeling small. Your guides want to do the same for you and to make this a habit. People say that you form habits in 21 or 30 days. Your habit is to understand that whatever you think is not conventional about you, whatever you think is your strangeness, is actually your brilliance. Even having purple hair, colored hair, dyed hair, being different physically, that is your superpower, okay? That makes you the hidden gem that you are, but you have to surrender to it and you have to walk in that power confidently. Because if you don't enter rooms and places confidently, then others will sense that, ooh, there's something off here with this person. And it's important for us to be very clear on the fact that, remember that the way that you present yourself and the way that you value yourself is the way that the world sees you. And not to compare us to products, but it's just as though when someone presents a product, whether it's a skincare product or even a car, if they present it in a really shiny, beautiful light, like here with the raven's head, and they make it seem rare and expensive, of course we will perceive it that way as well. But if they present it in a way where they're being subordinate, where they're kind of saying, yeah, this is my product, but don't look at it too much, like we worked really hard on it, but it's not really anything, you will not see the beauty in it. You won't see it in the same light as when, quite literally, it is beautifully lit from every angle. They're presenting it in the most favorable, best possible angle. Of course, we're talking about products here, but we have to display ourselves in the same way. The world is your runway. The world is your display. How are you displaying yourself, group number 3? Because I see that your angels are ready for an upgrade in your display. They're ready for you to invest into yourself. So getting yourself beautiful clothes, getting yourself amazing makeup as well, and allowing for you to actually step into being like, you know what? This is my time. And I'm going to display myself in the most gorgeous manner and gorgeous fashion because I only live once. Why should I not do that? And I see that within the next 30 days, there is an additional stream of income that's coming to you. In correspondence to the raven's head, okay, I'm getting jewelry, I'm getting crystals, I'm getting something small that is expensive though. You guys know I sell literally crystal jewelry on my website. It's linked in the description box. You can find all the jewelry that I'm wearing here today as well on the website, and it all ships worldwide, so don't worry about being based or located elsewhere in the world. And there's also free shipping available. So let's move a little more deeply into it. Another card that we've received is Becoming Nobody. So the next 30 days is about unlearning the story that you have been reinforcing about yourself. Because as humans, we like to identify with something. We like to remember that, oh, well, we've got a degree in teaching, so we are teachers. Oh, well, we went to university for business, so we are entrepreneurs, or we are scholars. And I want you to know that when we identify really deeply with, for example, I'm chubby, or I'm different, I'm not beautiful, I'm strange, something about me is unconventional, that can be detrimental. Even identifying too deeply with your job can end up in you not seeing past that job. You know what I'm saying, group number 3? So it's important that you remind yourself that who you are at the core, first and foremost, who you are on the inside will always prevail and will always be more important than any of these labels or tags that are interchangeable, that we can just get rid of at any moment. So remember, these labels, these tags, they don't matter, they don't define you. You can switch them out. They're malleable, they're changeable. I don't want you to feel like you're stuck in any of these tags, because guess what? You're not, group number 3. So let's move more deeply into your reading with some letters. Okay, so we have Via. V-I-A. Let's add a little more into your reading, shall we? See what Spirit wants to say. We also have a G. Okay, so a name that I'm getting here is Gia. For some reason, this name stands out. And then we've also got V. Okay, let's just move a little more into this. Let's see what else Spirit has to say. Oh, okay, we've got an F. And then we also have a I. All right, so group number 3, can you see this? Can you see IVF? Can you see that this is within the next 30 days, this is happening? You see that this is going to touch your life in the next 30 days, someone's wish to have a child, and this wish being challenging and IVF being an important topic in this. We do have GIA, which can indicate a name, a location, you know, a doctor's name, the location. And I want you to know that in the next 30 days, this is a very deep topic that will be debated, and that you're going to have closer to you in your life than you thought. And the moon shows us that it makes you think of your own cycles. It makes you think of your own future when it comes to offspring, kids, when it comes to procreation. And you want to surrender a little bit more to the openness of it, and to not feeling the need to play it cool. Because a lot of us play it cool about kids and procreation, but actually, yeah, we are afraid that we're going to miss the chance. We are afraid of, well, what if we're actually not fertile? We are afraid of finding the right person, of being too old, of not having other options, and so on. So this is a time of surrendering, and also it doesn't have to be something that you actually move forward with in the next 30 days. But you can come to this solidification of saying to yourself, you know what, my goal for this year or next year, my goal for 3 months is to actually get involved in thinking about my own future when it comes to family planning and having offspring and creating an environment in which kids might be a part of your life. Or, you know, whether at the moment you just want to bank it, you just want to keep it on the back burner and not be stressed and not be in a situation where you feel pressured either. So that is another thing that can really help you to take off the pressure. There are even payment plans for things like IVF. So there are so many ways in which you can secure your future when it comes to fertility. Very deep, group number 3, very specific. And what I will do now is I will clear and cleanse the space and move even more deeply into your reading. You don't have to lift a finger, you don't have to do a thing. Simply leave the sun emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you chose group number 3, because that's the only way you would know. And that you're still here, that you're a real one. And group number 3, I will now clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back for us to move even more deeply into your prediction about what is happening for you in the next 30 days of your life from the point of view receiving your psychic prediction. Welcome back, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. Did you miss me? Now let's delve a little more deeply into your reading about the next 30 days of your life, of your existence. The countdown begins now as soon as you clicked this video and you're tuning into your psychic prediction. So first up, we've got the waning crescent 4. This is all about letting go in the next 30 days of what has been stopping you from transforming and being real and honest. You see these butterflies that are basically coming out of her chest. Now they represent a transformation from the heart being set free. And we also have this beautiful red hair. So if you've always wanted to dye your hair a different color, if you've always wanted to let your hair be free, be wild, even if it's frizzy, even if it's unconventional, I want you to know here that in the next 30 days, you will find the confidence to have some days of free, wild hair, and you being able to actually speak from the heart transformatively, because you're no longer waiting for someone to give you permission. You're no longer worried about what someone else might say to you when you tell them the truth and how they might react to it. You're just saying how you feel, because at the end of the day, it is also about you being able to speak your mind. Your life is not just here so you can please others. Like, you were not born to suffer and to just be quiet and do all of the hard work and the heavy lifting. I see within the waning gibbous 5, you're an extremely resilient person, but group number 3, enough is enough. We don't always have to be resilient. Why do we always need to be resilient? Why do we always need to be the strong ones? Maybe you want to be the soft one. Maybe you want to be the one who actually just allows for others to come to them, to serve them, to take care of them. Like, where is that happening? You know what I mean, group number 3? So it's really time here for the next 30 days for you to allow that, for you to invite that, and for you to know, like, it is enough now with the suffering. It is enough now with the heavy weight. You've done all of the hard work and the heavy lifting. Now it's also time for you to just release this feeling of guilt, or this feeling like you must take care of everyone but yourself. Next, we have a little message here in the form of this relative. Now, a relative, as it states here, connected with or referring to something, used to describe words or clauses that refer to a word previously used in the same sentence. So relative can, of course, mean something being relative to another thing, but in relative, remember here, we also have another meaning, as English words have so many meanings in the same words. Relative can also refer to someone who is a family member, right? Someone who is a relative in the sense of, well, you are related to them. You share the same DNA, you share the same ancestors. And I see here that you will speak up for yourself, and you will be able to finally release all of the heaviness you've been carrying with you in regard to this connection and this relationship, because truth be told here, seeing this in resilience with your relative, you've always been parentified. You've always been the kid that wasn't able to be a kid, who had to grow up really quick, who had to be really mature. There's no such thing as a mature child. You know, when you met friends of your parents, friends of your classmates, and the adults would say, oh my God, you're so grown up, you're so mature. No, you're not a mature child. You just didn't have any other choice than to grow TF up very quickly, because otherwise who would take care of you? Who would make food for you? Who would pick you up from practice? Who would make sure that your homework was done and you actually pass the exams and you don't end up without an education? Who would make sure that your sisters, your brothers, that they were good, you know? So having a lot of emotional and physical, mental labor that you've already done at a young age, at an early age, that is why I see here this resilience that you're holding almost like a weight on your back. And this is two polar opposite scenarios we've got. For one, in this resilience and this heavy load, we have something that is weighing on you and making it hard for you to move forward. And then in the waning crescent 4, we have the release, right? We have you letting go of it, having dropped it, being upright, actually even looking up to the sky, something you haven't done in a really long time. And if you literally have not even stargazed in a really long time, group number 3, today is the day, now's the time. Look out of your window, look at the sky, look up right now. If you're able to see the sky right above you or from outside of your window, pay a little bit of attention to it, the clouds, the moon, the stars. And know that we too are said to be made of stardust, basically. I mean, we come from somewhere. It's not like Earth is something where our true origins are from. They say that there was some sort of extraterrestrial situation where there was a substance, cells, there were building blocks that came from outer space onto Earth. And that is how the first living forms, the first forms of life began to develop when it comes to planet Earth. So we are not originally from Earth. We are Minticans, we are starseeds. These are different words for creatures that come from different parts of the galaxy. And I want you to know here that freeing yourself and remembering, like, you were not born to just suffer, to just do chores, to just take care of others and not even enjoy this earthly and human life that you were given. Group number 3, you were meant to have fun, to assert yourself. Mars is all about taking the lead. Mars is actually a planet of aggressiveness too, my gorgeous soul. It is a planet of fierce independence, being completely fearless, and as you can see here, like balling up one's fist and being ready to fight if you need to. So I don't mean like getting in fights in a way that lacks class. I mean fighting for what's right for you, fighting for your rights, fighting for your life to be awesome, amazing, for your dreams, to be able to live your dreams and to not have anyone come in between that. So in the next 30 days, you're making it very clear to relatives that you have boundaries, you are your own person, and you have your own dreams and your own aspirations. And you will fulfill those in this lifetime because you only have one life in this body and you're going to make the absolute most and best of it. Next up, we have sulfur. Now, sulfur is a substance that shows us here when it comes to your life moving forward. All right. I didn't even realize that Spirit actually gave us 2 messages. We've got winter and sulfur. So there is going to be a little bit of a stop in any tension that you had with family in the next 30 days because they can tell you're not playing around, you're not messing around, you're very serious about your life and about yourself and your goals. Okay, winter also represents that because winter is actually a time of things slowing down, of quietness. As you know, it's not as though things don't grow, like trees and grass don't grow within winter. It's just that everything is super, super slow compared to summer. So there is going to be a huge slowing down of any kind of explosive energy that you had with a relative. Let's just get another message out of our little message pouch, you guys. Shamelessly repping my company's pouch that you guys get with all of your orders that you place in my store. The link is below in the description box, by the way. Okay, so we've got the message of evil. All right, evil is showing up, and the message is about profoundly immoral and wrong, deliberately causing great harm, pain, or upset, characterized by bringing or signifying bad luck. Okay, so group number 3, you may have thought all along there's literally a relative that is evil that you've had to deal with. There's literally someone, as much as you try to twist and turn and say they didn't mean it that way, or they didn't want to harm, they didn't want to hurt, they didn't want to cause any kind of friction, when you actually look at the details, when you actually read between the lines of their actions and their ways, they do have an evil streak. And I don't even want us to pretend like compassion and spirituality means that like nobody can be evil. I mean, Of course, there aren't many people who are really evil at the core, but when you've lived on planet Earth for long enough and come in contact with some crazy situations, you know that evil people do exist. Like, it really is a thing. And I wonder if they're actually even human, or if they're just a reincarnation of some sort of entity that is tortured and that is here on Earth to test you and I in so many different ways, and also to test our boundaries to make sure that we stay away from them. Because I want you to also know here with winter and evil that this freezes, okay? Evil freezes in its own little space and sphere and bubble when you stay away from it and when you make it very clear that there are boundaries and you walk away from it. The Hanged Man in reverse shows us that getting up and leaving is actually what you're doing in the next 30 days, quite literally speaking. I see this happening at like a get together. I'm getting dinner vibes, or a birthday kind of situation, and you're quite literally getting up and you're going because you have other things to do, you have other commitments. And especially when the conversation turns immoral, the conversation starts to turn wrong, also about political things, and you're hearing like racial slurs about gender and so on, that's when you get up and leave because you just won't stand for that. And the Three of Blades shows us here that what that will do is it will actually profoundly shock those who are used to you always being kind of okay with their behavior, or at least putting up with it, at least not getting up and walking away. So you're definitely ruffling some feathers here in the next 30 days, my beautiful soul. And I see that with the relatives, as we already mentioned, and I'm getting female energy for this relative. I'm getting the energy of a female who has it's always felt like she's been low-key a little jealous on you, and she has these narcissistic tendencies too. So next up, we've got Judgment for you. Now within Judgment, we have a really interesting message here with the number 20, well, Judgment reversed, and Judgment is actually a card of rebirth, right? Of following your inner calling, and of, in a sense, also judging yourself, judging others, judging life, and making decisions based on how you would like to redirect. Judgment showing up in reverse shows us that there is this very profound kind of, I want to call it's this authenticity from you where it's like you don't even feel the need to judge. You don't feel the need to examine. You don't feel the need to say this is my inner calling and this isn't. You're just living, you're just doing what feels right in the moment, and you're okay with changing your mind. It doesn't make you a hypocrite. And anyone who is so stuck in changing minds being a huge issue, that's the kind of person that you're kind of staying away from during the next 30 days. And I see in the Page of Crystals, young fire sign energy. So we have Leo, Aries, and Sagittarius energy here in the Page of Crystals. And I do see that embracing the fire sign placements in your birth chart and Mars, as Mars actually does rule Aries, I want you to know that that is going to be especially fiery in you. And all the fire sign placements that you've got are going to be ignited in a way that you can just tell you're a little different. You're not necessarily irritable. And that's what this relative is going to try to do. They're going to try to say to you, oh, you're angry at me. I always do everything wrong. I can never do anything right. You know, they're going to do the generalization, the triggering, so that you're going to like jump up and defend yourself and say something and get into this thing with them. But I urge you not to do it, group number 3, because there's a reason why you're here receiving this reading, and it is to prepare you for the fact that you're not going to even engage in that. You're not even going to be a part of those shenanigans, because you don't need to, and because it's not going to do anything for you anyways. They know that they just want to trigger you. They know that they just want to actually make you upset, so that then they have more of a ground to stand on to say you did get upset, you did act in a way that wasn't right. And then in the end, you'll even end up apologizing. But as already mentioned, There's a reason why you're here receiving this reading, and it is actually to keep you safe from this. It is actually to ensure that you don't fall for this, and I know it will take a lot of self-control, group number 3, but you've got this, okay? Just remember, it doesn't bring anything to react. They know what they're doing, and if you're really in a situation where you're at peace and at ease with your choices, you don't have anything to prove to them. Next, we've got the message of even. Exactly. Just be even. Not changing or fluctuating in level or strength. The same all over or throughout. Equal in amount, number, or extent. So remain even. Remain balanced. All right, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. Don't change the pace. Don't change the tone of voice. Don't change the range of your voice, the height, the loudness. We're not increasing that, okay? My gorgeous soul of group number 3, we are remaining even. We are keeping the pace. We are staying the same. Because sometimes people want you to be uneven to prove their point, not knowing that this is dysregulating your nervous system. It's putting you into fight or flight. It's not just, oh, this person's getting a little mad. It's actually bad for you physically. Physically speaking, it is harmful. So that's why I want you to be so aware of the fact that distancing yourself from people who have absolutely no respect of the fact that, yeah, this is physically harmful, and they have no empathy for it, and they don't know that it's unnecessary. That's the best decision that you'll make here in the next 30 days, and staying even. Actually, it will just make them more and more upset until they realize that they can't get you out of character. They can't get you to be uneven the way they've done in the past and the way that they really want to. So let's see what other messages we'll get here from Spirit for you. Okay, so we've got Master number 11. Life Path 11 will cross your path in the next 30 days. Life Path number 11 is going to keep you calm, keep you centered. This is like best friend energy here with Life Path number 11. Also seeing 111 on the dashboard, on your phone, on your computer screen. As you go grocery shopping, for example, you do your errands. I want you to know that this is symbolic of you being on the right path. So this is something you'll become more aware of in the next 30 days. And then here we actually have Virgo. Virgo energy is really meticulous. Virgo energy is very kind of, I want to say, analytical, very useful, very service-minded. And the 11th sign of the zodiac is Aquarius. So an Aquarius and Virgo mixture type of energy is very detail-oriented and innovative and explosive. But I also want you to know that the 11th house in astrology is the house of groups, friends, luck, positivity. So Virgo being by your side in a life path number 11 is really the perfect match for you, group number 3. And Virgo being within your life, that is what's going to bring you luck. That is what's going to be an ideal connection and friendship in correlation to this life path number 11. And Virgo energy can sometimes be too much for people, but in the next 30 days, you really connect with Virgo over wanting more for yourself and not settling for a life that you deem as mediocre or that isn't the existence that you really want. So rather than just talking, actually walking the walk and having someone close to you that you can confide in, whom you can also talk to about the situation with your relative, and they'll get it, they'll understand you, you'll have some amazing banter, some beautiful moments of being very raw, real, honest with one another, and also just giving support to this person and receiving support from them. The receiving is where I want you to heavily start to get comfortable in just allowing someone to also give you the support that you so often supply, group number 3. So this is just one of many situations that we still have coming for you within these next 30 days of your life. I'm going to clear and cleanse the space and I'll be right back so we can delve even more deeply into your reading, group number 3. So just hold on tight and I will be right back with you. Welcome back, group number 3. I can't wait for us to delve even more deeply into your 30-day prediction. Here's our divination board with which I want us to get even further into your reading with. So let's get some charms going for you so we can see precisely what Spirit wants to say to you. So, all right, we have got the charm of the starfish, as well as one of the planets that landed on yes, and the starfish also landed between possibly and yes. So I want you to know that if you've asked yourself whether you will be a star on this planet, the answer is yes. If you have always wanted to acquire a certain amount of fame, so that doesn't have to mean that you're A-list celebrity status. It can also be just within your niche, right? If your niche is, for example, tarot, if your niche is beauty, if your niche is holistic healing, that people within that niche know you and they respect you. And the starfish is also indicative of being closely tied to your emotions, as the starfish lives within the ocean, which represents our largest bodies of water on planet Earth. So let's see what else we are receiving. Okay, we have kind of like a Cupid's bow here on Pisces, a Pisces that is in love with you, a Pisces that has their eye on you. That's what I can see here for you, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. And this Pisces is ready to approach you. This Pisces in the next 30 days is coming towards you. And the next 30 days are going to definitely unveil and unravel some of your star qualities that were hidden up until these 30 days, because in a way you are a very humble person. You don't like to brag, so therefore you're not really the type to put yourself out there so often and to make it seem as though you're better than anyone else, if you know what I mean, group number 3. So let's move a little more deeply into your reading using some of these gorgeous runes. This is a full set of runes, and I would like for us to intuitively receive a message from Spirit. Oh, okay, we've got a rune that popped right out. Oh, this is Manas. Allow for me to just zoom in for you. Okay, this is Manas, the rune of yourself, of also close friends, of mankind, of family. And I want you to know that they already see you as a star. They already see your potential and how much of it is untapped. But it's hard for anyone to communicate that to you, because obviously, who wants to be that person that says to another human being, oh, I think you have so much untapped potential. I think you're basically not doing enough, you know? But your friends and your family, they feel as though you're still going to go really far. And the only person who is doubting, the only person who doesn't seem to know that is you, group number 3. So next up, allow for us to zoom in here. Next up, we've got Vunyo. Vunyo is the rune of joy and success. So Spirit really is confirming this, as this is the rune of pleasure, of enjoying the success with those closest to you. I'll just put it right here on our divination board. So enjoying your success, enjoying your relationships, enjoying in the next 30 days, being supported by those closest to you as you embark on your journey to getting out of your comfort zone and trying new things that are inching you closer to this fame that you're going to acquire. So, for example, finally posting on social media about your business, about your offerings, about your talents, and taking that first step to what is potentially going to actually blow up sooner than you expected. So I want you to know here that this is not only a very brave thing for you to do within the next 30 days, but it's also going to be successful. And everyone already saw it coming. You're the only one who was ever doubtful, group number 3. So let's move a little more deeply into it with some letters. So we've got G, T, as well as S. Okay, let's see what else Spirit has to say with these letters. We've got I as well as another S. All right, so let's get further into it, shall we? Okay, we also have an A. All right, one thing that I'm getting here is stag, which is an animal. It's kind of like a deer with antlers, but larger. And I am filming this just days before the stag moon, or buck moon, however you'd like to call it, which is a full moon that's about to take place. So that is very clear why these energies are in the room. And then we have SI for initials. And I want you to know here that having these energies in the room, it points to the fact that the next 30 days, when it comes to full moons, those are going to be significant. Those are going to be super important, right? Significant, SI, super important. I want you to know here that we have this kind of correlation to you and the full moons actually showing up as really powerful activators for you. So whenever there's a full moon, know that this is a time for you to sit in your highest potential effortlessly and to use that energy in order to be the strongest version of you. Jera, and these cards represent runes, but just in the form of a deck, of an oracle. Jera is the rune of harvesting, of figuring out the best time of the year to harvest what you've planted. And I see that in the next 30 days for you, group number 3, you will have peace of mind because you know you've harvested at the right time. So there are seeds that you have planted professionally, but also in your private life. As with actual harvest, which you might also be doing in the next 30 days, I want you to know that this is also a metaphor for harvests in your life, for harvests that you have planted the seeds of months ago or even years ago, and then it's time to reap the rewards. So big culminations such as graduations, big culminations such as planting the seeds to be in a romantic relationship, and then finally going on these dates, meeting this Pisces person, going out, putting yourself in a position where people can actually talk to you and approach you. But I also want you to know here that what we've got as a seed that you've planted is putting yourself out there for business opportunities, and we're getting strong yeses for business opportunities that are coming towards you. And I see that these business opportunities will change your world, will change how things are for you in this lifetime, and they will elevate you here in these next 30 days. The stag is also an animal of leadership. So having this leadership energy, this energy of knowing that only you can truly understand the measure of your power. Ooh, I love that here within Hagalaz. So our guides are showing us that no matter what goes on, you're strong, you persevere, you prevail. Even if everything else is underwater, even if literally there are houses here flying around and tornadoes in the air, any kind of destruction, any kind of hailstorm that happens around you, it's not going to shake you to the core like it does other people. I see here that in the next 30 days, there will be a literal storm. You might even see a tornado, depending on where you live on planet Earth. There is this tornado warning that's going to come up for you. And you're going to want to obviously protect yourself, make sure you put yourself in a safe environment. But I just want you to know that everything will be fine. And also, you've been prepared for this. You've been prepared for this in this lifetime, but also in previous lifetimes. This incarnation into this humanly body of yours is the strongest yet. This incarnation did not come to suffer or to lose, group number 3. And if you ever wondered where your life is supposed to go, see this as a confirmation that, yeah, you are meant to be the leader. You are meant to have this stag energy. You are meant to be this person that says when to harvest, when to go. You are meant to be this person who, despite any kind of hailstorms and tragedies, you persevere. The 10 of batons shows us that because of this very persevering energy, you're going to want to make sure, group 3, that you take breaks. The next 30 days are, of course, about hard work, about dedication, about accomplishment for you. But the next 30 days are also a time for you to unravel some of the tension. I see very tense areas of your body. I'm getting tense shoulder blades. The spots, like, you know, just almost in between both of your shoulder blades, a little bit to the right, I see some tension there for you. The 10 of batons, tension within your hips that can be released. Tension within those hamstrings, all right? Group number 3, make sure that you release the tension in those hammies. When you go to the gym or when you work out, make sure that you do some stretches safely. Don't go in too deep, but make sure that you do give yourself a good stretch. I see here within the 8 of coins that what's happening in the next 30 days, it's preparation for more. So while you are growing yourself financially, you are growing, making money in the next 30 days, what this actually is a preparation for what's to come after the 30 days. So you're not quite at this huge business deal that you're getting in the next 30 days. It's going to come shortly thereafter. This is the talking stage. This is preparation leading up to closing the deal. And then the Ace of Batons actually gives us confirmation, yes, just after these next 30 days from the point of view receiving this reading, you will get this huge contract right there on your table, in your inbox, black on white, and your guides want you to take it. Your guides want you to take the business opportunity. Your guides know that you're ready for this, that you're ready to be that CEO, that you're ready to be the manager, that you're ready to put yourself in a position of power and of having more responsibility on your shoulders. Another thing that I want you to know here in the Ace of Batons that comes with the Eight of Coins is that you'll find a new way to study as well, especially if you're still going for extra diplomas, if you're still in a place where you are an eternal student, so you're learning, you're still in school in some way, shape, or form. And I think we're all students of life, so you could say we're all in the school of life, but you know what I'm alluding to, group number 3. There will be an amazing way for you to better be able to study and take in more content and more information more quickly. I see that here within the mirror, that you're realizing through self-reflection, okay, there's, for example, this Pomodoro technique on YouTube. I can put on one of those videos and study with another person, even if it's virtually. It's giving me the inspiration to go for it. It's giving me the inspiration to actually sit down and get into deep study mode. Here we have a message. It says, did you forget all you had to go through to be you? That's a very, very powerful question, group number 3. Did you forget all you had to go through to be you? Because Spirit is trying to say to you, as you're making excuses for other people, as you're making excuses, and I'm getting this excuse about love. All right, are you remembering everything you had to go through to be you, to become you? Are you seeing the big picture of even from early childhood, being a teenager, everything you had to struggle through and figure out, and now you want to give yourself away at a discount? Now you want to beg someone to like you, to see you as worthy of being in their life? Do you remember all of the times you made those sacrifices to be healthy, to work hard, to be who you are today? All the times you didn't want to, but you did it anyways. And now you want to be an option for someone after everything that you had to go through to be you? No, group number 3. We're not allowing that. Not on my watch. Your big sis is here to shake you, to rattle you, to remind you that unless someone sees and treats you as the beautiful gem that you are, we don't need them around here, group number 3. We sincerely do not. Now, the dark night of the soul brings the message that she dug caverns in her heart until she found the light. You're going to have to dig and dig and dig. In the next 30 days, I want you to know that you are doing more digging into your past and into your ancestry. Not just old family photos, perhaps even contemplating taking one of these DNA tests. I remember one time I did a sponsorship with My Heritage on my channel, which was really interesting to see. They sent me these DNA kits and to figure out what parts of the world that I'm from, genetically speaking, through just like swabbing the inside of my mouth. And then they did all of these tests that kind of show you what your heritage is. So I want you to know here that you're looking at your heritage, you're looking at your ancestors and the path that they embarked on, how they made it to this point. And the dark night of the soul shows us here that there is this sense of transformational energy of understanding, oh, this is where my ancestors started and came from. These are humble beginnings, and look at me and all the opportunities that I've got. And what I definitely don't want to do is I don't want to waste any of them. So I see you becoming really conscious of your waste quite literally speaking, in the next 30 days, buying things that produce less waste, and also reminding yourself that your potential is also something that can quote unquote expire or go to waste. It's important you harvest when it's there. For example, if you are healthy now, what's stopping you from going to the gym? What's stopping you from actually dealing with those invoices? What's stopping you from working hard on your dreams, from reading, from meditating, from practicing yoga? What is stopping you? I want you to remember that the things you do are who you are. There's no way around it. We can have all the best intentions to be healthy, to be strong, to be kind, to be empathetic, but if we don't actually engage in a practice of these things, we are not those things. We are just wishing for those things. And that's where I want you to know here in the mirror and the dark night of the soul that you're becoming very almost hard on yourself in these next 30 days and being very real and forward with yourself about, you know, if I want to be all of these things, I need to do something. I need to actually practice these things. I need to actually be the person who does engage in these different, I don't want to call it hobbies. I just want to say like self-care rituals, if you will. And there is a saying, and I love this. I've heard this in a lot of Jim Rohn videos and speeches. To work harder on yourself than you work on your job. To always invest more in yourself than you invest in anything else. And I've been starting to do that, group number 3, and the results have been crazy. The results have really been actually pretty astounding. Now, here within the star reversed, what I see is that because you're taking action, you don't need hope. You don't need to wish for things. You don't need to put yourself in a position of, oh, I hope this goes well. I hope I pass the test. I hope I have my dream body. I hope that I live to be healthy and healed and just gorgeous. I want you to know when you take the action, there's no hope needed. There's no, oh, will I get there? Will I not? When you know that every single day you're putting one foot in front of the other and you're not giving up, what is there to hope for? The only logical conclusion, the only logical end point is success, especially if you don't give up, because the difference between winners and losers is not that one is a winner and one is a loser. It's just one person never gave up even when they lost. One person kept getting up. One person kept going. One person kept believing in themselves. So I want you to remember that that is the most powerful attribute that you've got. Your mom did not raise a quitter. Okay, next up, we've got the message of reform. Let's just make sure that we are in focus here. Reform, a change that is intended to correct a situation that is wrong or unfair, or make a system work more effectively. That's what's happening in the next 30 days. I see that there will be a reform on a large scale. I see that in correspondence to the planet, and you and your family, you'll agree with this reform. So quite literally, where you live, a reform in the political system, a reform in the laws, rules, and regulations. That's what I see on a grand scale. So a reform of how laws are enforced and regulated. Another thing here in reform, I want you to know that you are reforming yourself, right? Reform means that this change is intended to correct a situation that was wrong and unfair to you, so that the system that is your life can work more effectively. So a thing that your guides are seeing here is that you've been unfair to yourself, so the system of you hasn't been working as effectively as it could. And one thing that I'm getting here is IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. So I want you to know that if you've had a little bit of a uneasy stomach, if you've had some stomach pains, if you've even had some irregular kind of bowel movements or bowel movements that concern you, the next 30 days are about reforming that. And rather than hoping and wishing it gets better, I see here with Jera, eating a lot of fresh whole foods that have just been harvested, that is going to help you. Sunflower seeds as well. We've got tomatoes, we've got lavender. I'm getting lavender tea in the evenings for you to calm yourself, your system, your stomach. That's the message that I'm getting from your guides in spirit, that spirit wants you to try in these next 30 days and watch how a reform happens of your intestines, your gut lining, and overall also your bowel movements. And Here we have a lot of greenery, so leafy greens, to help you better absorb nutrients and also to give you the necessary fiber for your body to be able to regulate. So know here within Reform that diet is really important. There's a reason why we're receiving Jera in the depiction of these green whole foods. Try to make sure that things are organic. I know it is a little more costly, but what did we say? You'll never regret investing in yourself, and you should always invest in yourself before you invest in anything else. And we've also got education. I love that this has showed up because we have depictions of different individuals looking into books, right? Books always represent knowledge and education and learning, because obviously when you read books, you're learning something new. Even if it's a fictional story, you're learning something new through that fictional story, and you're also learning to see things from another person's viewpoint. So if you feel sometimes like reading fiction is a waste of time, I used to feel like that at times. It's like, oh, it's not productive, I should read nonfiction. But actually you're just learning, sharpening your emotional intelligence to see things from other people's point of view. Now, education, the message we've got here is the imparting and acquiring of knowledge through teaching and learning, especially at a school or similar institution. The knowledge or abilities gained through being educated. So I want you to know here that education in the next 30 days is important and is coming for you through learning, but also teaching. When you teach, you learn as well. You learn people, you learn how to relay messages, you learn how to communicate, you learn how to be a person who is a great leader, right? Stag energy. And educating yourself on your own stag energy will teach you how to be the best leader and how to generate more income for yourself. When you're a great leader, you generate more income because people can tell that they are being led by someone who is educated, someone who knows what they're talking about, and someone who knows what they're doing. And speaking of education, you guys, I don't think I mentioned this at the start of the video. I can't remember anymore. However, I have a free mini course that comes with a free tarot card reading that I have created for you guys. So if you've always wanted to receive a free reading and also on top of that learn how to build your own successful YouTube channel, check out the link. It's going to be the first link in the description box of this video, and join this mini course. It's completely free. I developed it for the unicorn family because why not provide you guys with more value? Of course, I have my courses. I have my daily reading membership where you get access to my members only podcast. You get access to daily readings, which right now, by the way, is on a sale of just $33 per month. And it is going to go back up to $99 soon. But I just wanted an early bird kind of sale for all of you die-hard fans, for the unicorn family, for all of you who want to get on board quick and stay within the membership. It is a lifelong discount, and as already mentioned, you receive a reading every single day, and you receive access to so many other tarot and manifestation videos. This is like a self-development membership that will help change and transform your life. And I want you to know that $33 per month, it comes down to $1 per day. It is not even the cost of a Starbucks drink or some sort of matcha at a local coffee place per week. Speaking of investing in yourself, that is the best investment you can make in yourself for your spiritual journey, especially because you guys, I have been doing this for years. I have conducted tens of thousands of readings on and offline. I've got close to 700 tarot videos on my channel. I'm not joking around, you guys, when I say I always want to provide you with as much value as I can, whether it's the free mini courses or my courses on how you can publish your deck, your reading membership. All of that is below in the description box, you guys. So feel free to check that out. And you guys already know the quality of content that I deliver, the consistency, so you can rest assured that this is an investment that is going to give you a huge return. So I want us to delve more deeply into your reading, group number 3, because I can feel and sense that Spirit has a little bit more to share here, and we're not done. So let's move a little further into it. And you guys, I don't want this to seem like a shameless self-promotion, but I've just worked so hard on this free mini course. I've worked so hard on my reading subscription and membership. I film day in, day out. because messages just keep coming through, and I'm so proud to share these with you guys and to be able to have this as my career, helping you guys build yourself, educate, learn and grow spiritually, mentally. Now, in the Six of Cups, I want you to know that within the next 30 days, you will be wildly supported by your loved ones in a way that you never even saw coming. They will rally around you. They will be there to celebrate every one of your little and big wins. They will be there to lift you up. I see here that when it comes to your family, they're really showing up for you in the next 30 days. So if you have something you wanted to invite them to, it could be a brunch, it could be some sort of celebration of you receiving a diploma, graduation kind of vibe. I want you to know they'll be so proud of you, and it's like they are holding you up here on this kind of triangle, on this quote-unquote pedestal. And here within the Eight of Blades, group number 3, you don't like being in the spotlight so much, do you? You're kind of a little introverted when it comes to that. You don't like being the spotlight who's celebrated and who's kind of being put on a pedestal. I see that makes you a little bit uncomfortable, and especially in front of friends and family. Strangers, you're like, okay, but friends and family, sometimes you can get a little uncomfortable. This is where spirit and your guides are trying to communicate to you. Forget about the discomfort, forget about the shame. Shame is an acquired piece of feeling that we acquired already in like kindergarten. You know, kids that never learn shame are very different than those of us who grow up in a society where you're shamed immediately when you're a little different. So the Six of Pentacles is what we've got next. I just want to talk a little bit more here in the Eight of Blades about shame before we move on to the Six of Pentacles. So just think about it. Before you go into a setting where shame is something that is being demonstrated to you, that is being taught to you. So for example, we already learn this as kids when we go into kindergarten or into grade school. There are certain things that we are taught to feel ashamed of. If we're dressed differently, if we look different, if we answer a question wrong and then people giggle, they make comments, they say we're stupid, whatever the consequence may be, depends on the school, the situation, the other people in the room, of course. But imagine if we never had that feeling, if we were just in the arms and embrace of a ideal family in which you have nothing to feel ashamed of. When you get something wrong or you make a mistake, it's never shameful, it's just learning. Now imagine being in that energy, coming back to that realness, coming back to that high vibrational frequency as an adult, and actually just completely saying, shame is not a thing for me. The best revenge here is my paper. That's what I'm getting in the Six of Pentacles. Beyonce told you the best revenge is to just get your paper and focus on results, focus on making that money, focus on being the biggest success you can be physically, mentally, financially, professionally. And why I'm saying financially and professionally separately is because you can be super successful professionally. And we see this a lot of times with, for example, influencers that have millions of followers and subscribers on YouTube and on Instagram, but financially they're not successful. It doesn't make sense, right? There's no correlation there. So unifying these things, educating yourself as to how you can be successful in all planes, how this energy of success can be connected to your health, your wealth, your emotional well-being, your friends, family, your relationships. Now that is the key. Now that is where everything starts to weave itself into one, where everything starts to work together. Yes, almost like this heart that we've got, right? Weaving itself together. And I want you to know that in the next 30 days, you will learn some really great success principles. And not only in my free mini course or my daily reading subscription, where I've also got manifestation videos from my manifestation course, because I also have a manifestation course. I have a daily reading subscription. I've got the free mini course. I've got a how to become a great tarot reader course. And I have got a course on how to create, print, publish, and sell your very own tarot and oracle decks. As already mentioned, you guys, all of these things that may be of interest to you, they're linked in the description box. But what I'm trying to say here is that once you've weaved everything together, you start to see how success is something that you don't just target in one area. It's like when you go to the gym and you work out, you're not just targeting one area when you're running, for example. Of course, you are kind of getting the fat percentage in your body down, and you're building up muscle, endurance, cardiovascular health. However, it's not like you can spot train just your legs. Everything gets trained at least a little bit. Even if you do exercises with weights and so on, of course, you can try to target certain areas, but it will train your entire body, right? When your heart rate goes up, it affects your entire body. It affects your entire cardiovascular health. So I want you to know that the same goes for success. When you're successful in one area, all of a sudden, it reforms to a lot of other areas within your life, and all of a sudden it has this ripple effect. All of a sudden everything is touched by the lens of success, with the brush, the paintbrush of more success. So please, group number 3, before you give up, before you feel like something isn't working out, remember that it's often this big culmination that we need to get to until bang, there is exponential growth. So the next 30 days, double down on you, double down on educating yourself, on investing in yourself, on putting yourself first, and on sticking to it for 30 days, sticking to your routine, sticking to the workout, sticking to the healthy eating, sticking to the journaling, the reading. Watch your life change in 30 days, group number 3. Because that's one thing that I'm getting here within your reading. Your life will change significantly in 30 days when you flip that switch. And you're being encouraged to do so. This is not a 30 days of just leisure. This is a 30 days of you doing you and being unrecognizable by the end of these 30 days. Now, group number 3, there are far more messages that I can sense Spirit has in store for you. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to do a thing. What I will do now is clear and cleanse the space while you subscribe to my channel, while you leave a little star emoji below in the comment section, and then I'll be right back to guide you even more deeply into your 30-day psychic reading. All right, group number 3, did you miss me? Now let's delve a little more deeply into your reading. So the cards are feeling a little temperamental right now, and I can't wait for us to see what Spirit needs to communicate to you about the upcoming 30 days. Okay, happiness. This is a very clear message that the next 30 days are going to feel fulfilling for you. The next 30 days from the point of view receiving this reading are going to give you happiness from within, and you're going to feel content. I mean, look at the smiley face, look at the color that happiness is actually depicted on. The color of passion, the color of drive, the color of ambition. Red is always indicative of there being some sort of fire in a positive way. Next up, we've got the sacred site. So I see that for the next 30 days, you will be visiting some sort of sacred site. So this is a place where a lot of history took place. It can be, for example, a historical village, a church, quite literally like a site with these kind of like stones and runes, where you will be connecting with ancestors. You will be connecting with humans that were alive centuries ago. And the sacred site is actually going to ignite your sense of purpose, because it's going to be so clear to you what your purpose is after going to that sacred site. Because sometimes just tapping into the energy of our ancestors and of a place that is sacred can activate something within us where we realize, oh my God, actually my purpose is to help people, to teach children, to protect animals. You get the memo, group number 3. I see here within the journey that for you, what your purpose is all about in life is to be able to also use your imagination. You're not meant to be in a stale 9-to-5 environment where there are very rigid kind of timelines as to how quickly to complete things and just rigid ways of doing everything. You're meant to be able to use your imagination to solve problems. And some people really thrive in rigid 9-to-5s, which is amazing. But for some people, it's torture. And I see here for you with your journey, you are meant to have a career and a purpose in your life that takes you through actually using your imagination and your problem solving skills to make things better, to improve things, to help more people. And just think about it. Even our ancestors, even literally like Neanderthals, they had to use their imagination to solve problems. Now we see it and we call it technology, and that's what we see it as, is what I meant to say, group number 3. But think about it. In the past, our ancestors, they had an issue. They were sick, they needed to harvest more food, they needed to hunt, And they had to find a solution. They had to use their imagination to envision how they can solve this problem, to then develop the tools, to then take the action inspired through imagination and through thought alone. And then that thought alone materialized into reality. So this is precisely what future you, 30 days from now, is going to say to you is your biggest strength, my gorgeous soul of group 3, your imagination and your problem-solving abilities. Next up, we've got the waning gibbous 3. After all, it is really all about balance. And while you can be very rational and analytical, you've got all of that down, you went through school not necessarily always being the absolute best in your class or in your year, but you did things pretty okay. You did them pretty well. And here within the waning gibbous 3, this is about balance where, of course, you can be analytical. Of course, you can be rational. But why just be analytical and rational when you have so much creativity that can be born from your imagination? Even what you're sitting on right now, the vehicle you're driving, the room that you're in, the clothes that you're wearing, before it was real, before you were able to purchase it to be in this space, someone had to imagine it. It was first just a figment of someone's imagination before it was created, because everything comes from our imagination. From your imagination, my imagination, the imagination of other people, of ancestors, of people who came before us, and from different parts of the world. And the long night moon shows us that when you actually realize everything has been created through imagination, and nothing is either real or not real, because we decide what is real and what isn't. We decide our realities. That kind of gives you a very thoughtful, reflective vibe, group number 3, and it gives you this kind of sense like, I really need to sit in this and also think of the life that I've created up until now, take responsibility for it, and then take responsibility for what I want moving forward as well. Because what I want moving forward is something that can be created. Why am I doubtful? Nobody doubted when they built a bridge, for example. Imagine before bridges were normal constructs that we now know precisely how to build without them crumbling and falling apart as soon as someone walks over them or a car drives over a bridge. Just imagine that first person who built a bridge, and how many bridges probably caved, how many people lost their lives until it became the norm and until there was a real recipe on how to make those bridges strong and be able to withhold any type of weight that goes on them. So I definitely want you to know here that it's also a thing of confidence. And these next 30 days, I can see here within yellowing, and we also have a snake depicted in yellowing, that the old you is quite literally yellowing. It's becoming old. Like, what is important to you now is to live in your happiness. What is important for you now is to also look at the past, look at people who came before you, look at the ones that you're really inspired by and what they accomplished, and remember, they had to think they could accomplish it in order to do it. And I also see here in the yellowing and this yellow snake that you will see a yellow snake in the next 30 days from the point of you receiving this reading. That yellow snake is going to be your indication to leave the old you behind, to shed the old skin. All right, it's time for you to move on. The androgen shows us here that there is a part of you that has this masculinity, a part of you that has this sacred femininity, and you can embrace both. I don't know about you, but when I see a powerful, beautiful woman in a suit, for example, I love that play of femininity and masculinity. I love that kind of androgenity, if you will. Is that even a word? But you know what I mean. Group number 3, that fluidity between I don't have to decide to conform to society's norms and standards. Today, I can dress in a way that has more masculine traits and behave more masculine because that's what I need for this job, for this professional venture, for this opportunity. And then tomorrow I can be the softest little pink girl kind of vibe that I want to be, because guess what? I can separate whatever I desire. I can separate myself from identifying with needing to conform, needing to pick a side. You don't have to pick a side. And separation is something that in spirituality we always try to avoid, right? We always try to say we're all one, we all belong to one tribe, one vibe, one energy. If I harm you, I'm also harming me. That everything kind of has its effects. Every energy that you put out is going to have an effect on you, right? Karma. But when it comes to separation, we can use separation positively. We can use separation to free ourselves. And the separation, as already mentioned, is a separation from feeling the urge, the need, and the pressure to choose. Because you don't need to. You don't need to choose whether you're someone who identifies as a female, a male, who identifies as fit, healthy, or just lives their life. You don't have to identify with your job. You don't have to identify with anything. And group number 3, I know this is the easiest freaking sentence on planet Earth, but when you really begin to realize it, when you have that aha moment, that epiphany, you don't have to do anything. And sometimes we get so ahead of ourselves, we get so entangled in our to-do lists, in our responsibilities, we don't realize, hey, this is actually my choice, and I don't have to do anything. There is nothing that I must do. Everything is a choice in actuality. And when you come to the realization of this, it can be strongly empowering to understand, no, actually, I don't have to do anything. I get to choose what I want to do. I don't have to show up to this person's birthday party that I don't really want to go to. I can choose to be there. I don't have to be there. Next up, we have got Fehu. So here within Fehu, I want you to know that the message we've got is a message of money, wealth, luck, and abundance. That's what Fehu stands for. I mean, just look at this very glitzy, luxe kind of lifestyle that we have depicted here in Fehu. We've got this little dachshund, we've got this person sitting at a pool, we've got this very ripped kind of individual in the back, and there's champagne, there's lobster, there's very opulent clothes, and just, you know, this vibe, this energy. I think you can just feel the vibe of wealth. It's just different. Wealthy people radiate differently. They have a different energy. When they go out, somehow the way they move, it just looks different. And I can see that in the next 30 days, you're going to spend time, it could be quite literally here at this pool party, where you are surrounded by people who are wealthy. They have their little dogs with them. They're eating lobster, they're drinking champagne. You're in a place where you're witnessing this, and you're taking a little bit of that information in and assimilating to it. So kind of familiarizing yourself with what it feels like to be on the frequency of wealth, so that you too can be in a state of feeling carefree when it comes to your resources, carefree about your time. And that's where Rido actually gives us a really beautiful confirmation, which shows us that within the next 30 days, there's a journey, there's travel, there's a destiny. We've got plane tickets that are being purchased, okay? We've got suitcases being packed. Look here, we've got this Canadian maple leaf, we've got the Eiffel Tower, so Paris, we've got a beachy place here with this palm tree, we've got this kangaroo, so Australia, somewhere that is far away from where you currently are. And we've got a camera, we have you being here, taking the moment in, but also making sure that you don't forget the moment by taking lots of pics and videos. I really recommend that you do that, even when it sometimes feels cringy at the time, or you don't want to be bothered. You won't regret having photos to look back on. And I see here that you're just kind of separating yourself. Again, we have separation, and here we have this almost like fence also in the separation card, and we have this fence again in Rido, separating yourself from the part of you that feels like, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have the energy, whatever the excuse is, seeing the world. And in the next 30 days, wow, your strength mentally and physically is increasing to where you're making the decisions and you're doing it. You're asking yourself, if I don't do it now, then when? And I see here in Uruz, the next 30 days are 30 days of strength, power. Uruz is actually a rune that represents the animal of the ox, which is a symbol of power. We've got here someone lifting weights, listening to music, looking good, looking ripped, looking strong, and redefining what looks good for you, becoming your own beauty ideal. And your own beauty ideal may be very muscular. Your own beauty ideal may be slender. Your own beauty ideal may be someone who is curvaceous. But I want you to remember that you can set the standard of your own beauty. And thanks to things such as social media, we aren't just subject to beauty standards that are on covers of magazines and on TV, for example, but we also have other beauty standards that are being embraced. And I want you to know the beginning of these other beauty standards that are being embraced, whether it is someone who has a disability, whether it's someone who has skin that isn't considered perfect, whether it is the plus size movement. I just want you to know that someone started that. Someone had the courage to say, look at me, I'm not what we've seen on TV, but I'm beautiful. I'm not what we've seen on the magazines, but I'm just as worthy. And I'm going to show myself. I'm going to put myself out there from my most beautiful, gorgeous angle. And I'm going to do so without any inhibition. I'm going to do so without any fear of judgment, because what's more important for me is to represent myself. And I want you to know here, these next 30 days, group number 3, this is a representation of you. So more people coming up that look like you, more people coming up with a background story such as you. But group number 3, the question is, can you be one of those people? Can you be one of those individuals who isn't afraid to put themselves out there in that way, who isn't afraid to demonstrate that there is life beyond the confinement of the ideal beauty standard? So let's delve a little more deeply into your reading, shall we? We've also got the King of Swords. Okay, so going on a vacation is actually the most logical thing that you could have done. I see here in the King of Swords that making your decisions in a very autonomous way is really the best vibe for you. Just going, not regretting. You'll figure out things on your to-do list when you come back. They'll still be here. Don't worry about that. And I want you to know here that the King of Swords and Rido represents you going with a air sign. So Libra, Aquarius, Gemini energy, someone who is observant, adventurous, curious, and going on a trip with them is actually going to help you see a lot more things. However, if a solo trip is something that for some reason you decide, let me do the solo trip, even though I could go with the King of Swords, I just want you to stay safe, go to a place that is safe, and document it. All right, make sure that you also let people know where you are, because I see in the Chariot, you move quick, group number 3. Once you've decided, you're doing it. Once it's that match point, you're here to win. You're here to drive the point home, quite literally speaking. You're here to make sure that when you decide you said you're going to do something and you speak it out loud, you let other people know. It's almost like they're holding you accountable. Then you do it. Then you go. You pack your suitcase, you book the flight, and you're off. The Chariot also shows us that the next 30 days are going to have very quick forward movement here for you. And quick forward movement can sometimes be a little scary if there are a lot of big changes that you didn't expect. But a great way for you to calm your nerves is to actually hit the gym. If you can't afford a gym membership, or for some reason you don't want to go there, because trust me, you guys, I have a gym membership and it is also partially covered by my insurance, by my health insurance. But I absolutely do not like going there, because it's like a dog den, a pit bull den. I don't even want to get into details about it, but it's uncomfortable. But what I did is I actually found a time where it's almost just empty. It's just Real Housewives vibes during that time. And that's when I go. That's when I go, not just to work out, but to clear my mind. Not just, for my body, but for my spirit. Because I know that it allows me to put my body into a state where it's busy, it's working, and I can't be so absorbed and sucked into the emotions of worry, of anxiety, of the unknowing, of feeling all types of ways that aren't helpful. But instead, I'm putting my body into motion so that I can actually rest in a state of concentration, and I can like realign my thoughts. It's almost like you go to the gym and you shake yourself up physically to be able to ground yourself again mentally. And Honestly, you guys, I have worked out at times so hard, like 2 hours have gone by. I didn't even notice or realize, because in between I'm also, for example, doing some emails. Not that I recommend that you do this, but this is just my own personal experience. I'm getting back to my team for Bow Life about different projects, about products being back in stock, what new decks we're printing, what we're bringing out, what's happening, what the upcoming steps are. I'm answering phone calls that I usually wouldn't answer because I'm uncomfortable to answer these phone calls or to deal with them at the moment. The gym gives me the confidence to do so because I'm out of my comfort zone, and I'm in a space where now I'm feeling strong because I'm lifting these weights. I'm on the treadmill, I'm on the Stairmaster, and I get so into wanting to work myself very hard because it grounds me so much that sometimes I don't even realize how hard I've worked out and how much time has gone by because it's just so therapeutic. And once you get into that state, and once you see the results, that's one thing I want to tell you about Uruz and the Chariot. Once you see the results, once you start to see those gains, a little bit of that muscle definition, okay? And a lot of it is also made in the kitchen, so make sure your diet is appropriate for your body, your weight, your height. But once you see those gains, you're going to become obsessed, group number 3. You're going to want to continue. You're going to want to continue to see the gains. You're going to want to continue to be this healthy version of yourself. You're going to want to continue to be fit. You're going to want to keep this up. So group number 3, I do see that the next 30 days, wow, there's a lot going on for you, but these are all good things. These are all things that you're going to think back on and you're not going to regret them. So group 3, I have a few more messages that I can tell Spirit wants to communicate with you. So I will clear and cleanse the space one more time. Please just relax, enjoy. This is your time. This is your reading. This is your self-care here on the interweb by your big sis. And I'll be right back to guide you even more deeply into your 30-day prediction. Welcome back, group number 3. Did you miss me? So let's delve a little more deeply into your reading about precisely what is coming in the next 30 days. So we've got every step counts as well as master number 22. I want you to know that the next 30 days are actually going to come with 22 little steps that you are taking towards your goal. So almost every single day. Of course, maybe on the weekends, you'll take it a little easier. In between, you might fall off a little, but don't be hard on yourself. Taking 22 steps, taking your vitamins 22 days out of 30, going to the gym or going for a walk 22 out of 30 days in the next 30 days is already going to get you to a significantly higher level than if you skipped out on these things. Be proud of yourself for what's to come next. And I want you to know here that one thing the next 30 days are going to make completely clear to you is that there is always a way for you to reach the top. There is always a way for you to reach your goals. There is always a way for you to get to where you're going in your mind physically as well, for that to become your new reality. And within there's always a way, we also have this kind of like axe hammer thing. I'm not quite sure what it's called. If you know, leave it in the comment section. But I just want you to know that sometimes you can also include some tools, right? You can include a little bit of pressure, a little bit of heat, a little bit of passion. The Queen of Everything shows us that these next 30 days are a time of you having the world in your hands. So being in control of your destiny, being in control of the things that up until now you may have thought, oh, I'm not quite sure. Can I control this? Can I really get there? Can I really do this? You can, group number 3. You're meant to receive this message about the Queen of Everything being the energy you're embodying and the only type of energy that you accept, because you do get what you accept in life. I want you to just remember that, to be aware of that, and to know that whenever you lower your standards, whenever you accept less, that is what you're going to get. So you can't accept less. You can't put yourself in a situation where you're allowing things that you don't really want to, because that will just end up with that becoming the norm. So especially in relationships with other people, that's where it can be hard, because you may want to let certain things slide. You may want to not come off as difficult, but that's where you have to really stand on your business and be aware of the fact that if you accept less now, you're probably always going to get less. I see here in the 3 of Swords that your guides really, really want to reiterate this with these 3 swords here in the heart cake. This is a card that signifies, if you don't stand on business about being the queen, about being the person who deserves good treatment, you're going to get your heart broken. You're going to be really hurt. And the thing is, in order to avoid being hurt, you have to avoid putting yourself out there more than you're comfortable with while receiving the bare minimum. Because that is what ends up hurting a lot of people. They lean themselves out of the window. They even fall out of the window. They crash and hit the ground. Meanwhile, the person that they were leaning out of the window for would never do the same for them, would never risk the same hurt for them. So that's where here within the Five of Wands, you got to just elevate yourself above of this brawl, above of this competition. If you feel like you have to compete for someone's attention, especially in love, that's just not it. Because is that queen of everything behavior to be here in this brawl with these cards, competing with these flamingos in this subpar situation? No, it's not. So for the next 30 days, always ask yourself, is this queen of everything behavior? If your answer is no, then you're not doing it. You're not engaging in it. You're not a part of it. And this has nothing to do with being conceited, group number 3. This is about knowing your worth and your value and understanding, some people might be okay with fighting for attention and affection, and they should continue to do that. And that is their path. That would be their destiny. That would be how they want to lead their lives. But there are also people who decide to move in silence, to exude this queen energy and to not even say a word, to just let things happen, let things transpire, and remove themselves from situations that are beneath the queen energy, that are beneath the energy of knowing one's worth. And that's nothing bad. That's nothing to feel ashamed of. It's nothing weird at all. It's only strange when you're not used to it yet. Next up, we've got the Iolite. The Iolite brings the message of shifting your money mindset. And there are a lot of people coming up with these new vibes that I really love, which are the vibes of being able to have a successful business, being able to work remotely, being able to do your thing, and that not having to be stressful. Having financial freedom doesn't have to be stressful. Having an amazing life, an amazing job and professional life, it's not a must. It's not a prerequisite that you must be stressed. So shifting your money mindset from feeling as though having means stress into here within the golden healer quartz, actually opening the door to more energetically. By energetically also radiating the energy of being ready for more, radiating the energy of loving the fact that, you can make more in a smarter way. You can make more in a shorter frame of time if you just do it right. And also if you stay consistent. This is a whole vibe for you, group number 3. Being consistent in something over a long amount of time and that exponentially growing, and all of a sudden you become an overnight success. Because a lot of these things with the overnight success stories, people have been working at their craft for years before overnight things blow up. And I want to remind you of that. There's no such thing as overnight success stories from someone who didn't know what they were doing at all, and all of a sudden they're this huge famous person. Artists, whether it's in music, whether it's YouTubers, whether it's models and so on, social media people, they know what they're doing to create this type of content. They know what they had to sacrifice and how much work that they had to put in to all of a sudden gain a lot of notoriety seemingly overnight. But all the hard work that went in, all the days in which they didn't receive any kind of feedback, they didn't receive any opportunities, they were struggling to make ends meet. Nobody sees that once the overnight success moment hits. But I want to remind you of the fact that if you're still in this phase of the overnight success moment not having hit yet, you've got to change your mindset around that to make sure that you're not blocking your own blessings, that you actually open the door to the success happening. Because otherwise, energetically, you will be really tight. You will be at war with yourself and always asking yourself, why aren't I there yet? Why am I not successful yet? Why am I not making X amount of money yet? Why have I not found my soulmate yet? And when you spend time in that energy, that is what you're creating in your reality. So instead of spending any time questioning yourself in such a way, you can be spending time in creation. And that's precisely what the heavenly body of Jupiter brings energetically into your life. This is the planet of growth. This is the planet of higher education, of expansion, also of being able to keep it together mentally through tough times. And I want you to know, with Jupiter being by your side in the next 30 days, so your Jupiter placement, the part of you that is affected through Jupiter, you're going to be able to grow and expand because you remind yourself all the time of the fact that, yeah, I can focus on what isn't working, but how about I focus on what is working, what I am creating, what legacy I am leaving. Scorpio and Jupiter. I see with Scorpio and Jupiter that this is a type of placement that is very intense, where your opinion will be amplified. The next 30 days, any strong opinions that you have about life, about politics, about human rights are going to be extremely amplified, as Scorpio is a very intense sign of also exposing things that aren't true. You are a truth lover. You're the type of person who cannot stand when misinformation is being spread or people lie. And I do see here that for the next 30 days, actually, you are becoming way more intense in making firm boundaries. When someone does that once, when someone deceives or lies once, you're out, my gorgeous soul. You're not still going to entertain that. You don't even want that around you on a energetic basis when it comes to like that type of frequency being part of your life. And you ask these people out. You don't have time for it. That's what I can see here for you, my gorgeous soul. Let's add another intuitive message into your reading by your guides. Okay, group number 3, spend. To pass a particular amount of time in a particular place or way. To deplete something totally. To sacrifice something, especially for a cause. All right, so we're speaking here of spending time, but you may also spend money. Group number 3. After all, time is money, isn't it? But I do see here that for the next 30 days, this is about spending time on you. This is about spending time working on your money mindset, working on taking those steps forward, on being really consistent. This is a time where you're going to turn down a lot of people's invites to hang out and to be together because, no, you already have Friday night plans, and that's your face mask, that's your favorite Netflix TV series, that is meditating, that is your crystals, that is you actually spending money with online shopping, getting necessities and also things that you love and that you really want, having a good time with yourself, group number 3. So group 3, these are the messages that I've received for you about your next 30 days. I hope that you have enjoyed this and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me below, leave a crown emoji below, because that's the only way anyone would know that you received your entire reading, you watched it all the way to the end, you're a real one, and you're part of group number 3. Leave that crown emoji below in the comment section, because that's the only way that myself and anyone else who is part of the group 3 tribe would know. Furthermore, don't forget my free mini course is linked below in the description box as well. I also have my other products linked in the description box, such as my self-published decks, my crystal jewelry, my course on how you can become an amazing tarot reader quickly, how you can learn to read the cards, and also make this a full-time profession if that is what you aspire to do, how you can create a successful YouTube channel, how to print and publish your own decks. If you think about how much freedom you can buy yourself by acquiring these skills, if you think about the money that you can make just by selling, for example, one deck at $50, they are worth their weight in gold, you guys. So make sure that you check them out in the description box, because I know that the whole tarot subject and learning tarot, it can be confusing. There's not many places to go where people don't gatekeep the information, which is precisely why I created my courses, because you guys know I don't gatekeep. I'm your big sis from the internet, and I want to reflect that in what I'm able to offer you and the value that I give, of course, group number 3. So thank you for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me, wherever you are in this world, group number 3. I cannot wait to connect with you during one of our upcoming predictions.